Boy, you know, the last time we played a sort of mystery solve a murder game, we did fairly well. I was in Payne's Creek. We actually kinda figured things out about halfway through. But, I'd still say we did pretty well there. This one's gonna be a little bit different. This is the Infectious Madness of Dr. Dekker, where this Dr. Dekker person apparently has been murdered, and we get to play as a psychiatrist that asks his patients questions to try and figure out who murdered him. And from what I've been reading, apparently all the patients are kinda interesting. So I've got high hopes of this game. It's an FMV game. It's gonna be a little bit weird. They have a help section to help tell you like how to phrase questions and such. So we're probably gonna read through that and figure out what is this. Okay. How the game works before we jump in. Before then, hello Osin, how are you? Been struggling with screen times for a week now. Went to winter time last Sunday, so all y'all streams are an hour earlier. Oof. Yeah, if it's any consolation, I understand the feeling. Because when Mitchie and Helge I can speak, kidnapped me, everything became 3 hours earlier for me. And it took quite a bit to adjust to that. Like, there were a few sessions of D&D over at Psyche's where I was nearly late because I didn't realize, oh, fuck, I'm not an hour ahead of her anymore. I'm now 2 hours behind her. But, as always, if you ever miss a VOD, there's always the archive channel. Alright, let's look at help and see what it says. Be a psychiatrist. Don't just grill people about the murder. Try and help them. Ask them how they are and try to find the root of their problem. If nothing else, it may uncover the motives you're looking for. Well, that's gonna be interesting. Use keywords or questions. You just use keywords or full questions to speak to your patients. Questions are generally better as you may find more responses that way. Dekker will look to see if the patient has anything to say about Dr. Dekker in general. Did you like Dekker or did you kill Dekker? It might reveal something else entirely. Be specific, no context. Instead of asking, why do you keep going, you should ask, why do you keep going to the beach? Patients have no concept of context. If that's fair. Sometimes a patient will pose a question. It's okay to answer it, just in case they want a response. You like apples, doctor? Yes, I like apples, or no, I hate apples. Might just break a story open for you. And I did read, that they did say that you should, in fact, use yes or no, so that the game actually understands what you're trying to tell them, rather than, if I say, I don't like apples, it'll process that the word don't out. Caught in a lie. Sometimes patients contradict themselves. I hate cats. I love all animals. Call them up on this by asking about both at once. You say you love all animals, but you hate cats, or hate cats, love animals? Make associative leaps. You can draw conclusions from what a patient tells you and use it to probe further. I get angry when I see red. My car is red. You might ask, does your car make you angry, or car angry? Okay. If you're stuck, play back the patient's previous responses and make sure there's nothing you've missed. If something seems like a key word you haven't used before, try it, no matter how ridiculous it seems. You may become stuck when multiple keywords need to be guessed at once, so typing full questions is more helpful at this stage. Don't forget to check your notes, you might be surprised what you find there. It's gonna keep accurate notes for me, thank God. Granted, I do love going to the store, purchasing a notebook, and, like, writing down all the notes. That was by far one of my favorite things about Payne's Creek, was having that notebook filled with, like, all my, like, scribbles and such, trying to figure out who killed, I forget her name. Spend more time in the responses tab. Started responses contain clues that should be followed up, and are updated or removed after every successful question. 2-star responses must be followed up to progress. If all else fails, type hint, but if you'd rather not type questions at all, just click the down arrow in the text box for a list of suggestions. Clicking costs hints but won't affect your story. Traffic lights. Patients start out red but turn yellow when you've revealed everything you need to move on to the next act. You can keep questioning to find all the responses and turn them green, but you don't have to. Remember, the more you uncover, the more you risk losing your own mind. That's a weird way of phrasing that. Okay, game. You have me intrigued. Let's start.
The faculty thinks I've gone loopy, like some kind of spongy Mobius strip. That's why I'm here, isn't it, Dr. Dekker?
I can see people's dreams.
I've set up an experiment.
My dad is trying to hurt me.
Quantum suicide. Have you heard of it?
If I concentrate hard enough, and I know when the person's going to be asleep, I can have the dream with them.
That's not creepy at all.
Let's call him God. He creates this world for his amusement, something he can play with and occasionally alter to suit his mood.
It feels like the paintings are watching me.
Sometimes, when I walk through a door, it takes me somewhere else. Literally, somewhere else.
God loves chaos, but something goes wrong. Man and woman evolve.
I can see why these patients are interesting.
Becomes, well, more ordered.
It starts as a door-to-door saleswoman. Double glazing, probably.
Dr. Dekker, I think we both know what you dreamed about last night.
What does that imply?
Changing through the window.
Because he thinks I'm evil. Because I can see things other people can't.
On the basis the central component of our universe is chaos, science can only document a perception of the chaos at any one given moment in time.
I did what you said, Doctor. They arrested me.
Which means that at any given moment, we can choose to alter our perception of the world, no matter how much chaos that would cause.
I thought you were supposed to fix me.
I'm telling you, it's eating people. And you're just laughing.
You're insane, Doctor.
Listen to me! You're not listening! It's your only bloody job!
Sheesh. This is gonna be a time.
Doctor, you're late. And after all those promises, never mind,
Doctor.
let's not keep the patient. You're late. And after all those promises, you're late.
Doctor, you're
and
late.
after all those promises, never mind.
Act 1. Who are you?
Doctor, you're late. And after all those promises, never mind, let's not keep the patients waiting. And if you want anything, just... Oh, sorry, I forgot. I'm not going to be here. The police still have some questions they want to ask about, you know. And then after that, I'm dropping in to see Ben. He's still in shock, and I thought we'd show we cared. We do still care, don't we, Doctor? Good. Anyway, I hope you're all
Yes,
caught up
thank
on
you
Dr.
for the
Dekker's
lurk.
tapes.
Hopefully
I
the
think
secret
Mariana
stuff is going well.
first, but I'm sure they'll all become a blur by the end of the day. I'll see you later. Or tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. I'll leave it to you then.
Okay. That is one green fucking couch. Patient names have dots next to them. Red equals keep talking to them. Amber equals you're done. The continue button appears when all patients are amber. And green means you've got everything. Stars, important conversations, optional conversations. Okay. Try using your patient. So this is basically going to be like her story again. Though less convoluted. I hope. Play yes or no when answering patients. Use context. Say yes, I like cats, not yes. Doing green is intentionally hard. Hints will be required. Set hint cooldown and options. I don't think we're going to try and go green. I think it would be fun. But no thanks. Alright, so we've got Bryce, Claire, Ellen, Mariana, and Nathan. Patience, your notes. Verbal mirroring, a new study in psychology yesterday, suggests using the same words as your patients increases trust. Use yes or no when answering questions. If my patients seem confused, I probably ask something they have more than one answer to. To do. Say hello to patients, find out what's wrong with them, and see what they know about Dekker. Annotation idea. A star should follow this up. 2 stars definitely follow this up. I'll remove 2 stars or 1 star when done. Okay. Simple enough. So we've got Bryce. That's a camera. Claire. These are not the people that we just saw. Alright. Well, the game initially started us here with Mariana. Also, I'm gonna move this over here. Is that hopefully out of the way of anything important? Alright, it started us with her, so we're gonna start with her. So you want me to just start with the question? Hello, Mariana.
I'm Mariana.
Mariana, okay.
Feeling okay?
Right. Yes, I'm feeling okay. How are you?
There's more than one question there. Break it down for me.
Okay. Yes, I'm feeling okay.
That's what Dr. Dekker would say.
Did you like Dr. Dekker?
Dr. Dekker was fine. He had good relationships with his patients, as far as I know. I'm not sure why anyone would want him dead.
He's not really giving me anything to go on. Let's try this. How is your relationship with Dr. I could spell.
I've been a patient here for 3 months. Today is my patient birthday. Do I get a cake or something?
Would you like a cake?
That doesn't really mean anything to me.
Okay, so that's not a question we can ask her. How has your time here been? Or, no, let me rephrase that. Has your time here been helpful?
That doesn't mean anything to me.
Okay? Not a way to phrase that. Got it. Why is everyone barefoot? Or, like, not wearing shoes? Let's ask her what she's here for.
I don't know about that.
How do you not know about that? What the fuck? Okay, let me rephrase that. What brings you in here?
I have no idea about that.
It's just pissing me off. The hell do we ask her then? Can I help you with anything?
That's not really helping with my blackouts.
Blackouts?
I do suffer from blackouts, which is strange as I can hold my breath for a really long time. But I'm not swimming before I black out. Dr. Dekker thought it was anxiety originally. Then he worked it out.
What did Dr. Dekker say about your blackouts? Haven't we talked about that already? What did Dr. Dekker say?
I do suffer from blackouts, which is strange as I can hold my breath for a really long time. But I'm not swimming before I black out. Dr. Dekker thought it was anxiety.
Okay, where are you before you black out?
I normally black out when I'm dancing. I like dancing. Do you like dancing?
We'll tell her yes.
Cool. I dance to anything with a beat.
What happens when you black out? Damn it.
I dance a lot at nightclubs. I know
Okay, there we go.
most of the nightclubs around here. My favorite is the Pearl because they sell cheap vodka shots all night.
Could the vodka shots affect your blackouts?
I don't drink.
She does. Wait.
I dance a lot at nightclubs. I know most of the nightclubs around here. My favorite is the Pearl because they sell cheap vodka shots all night.
You don't drink, but your favorite nightclub sells cheap vodka shots.
The Pearl is great because the people are so relaxed. I think that's got a lot to do with the cheap vodka shots, or maybe it's just the black lighting. Who knows?
Achievement unlocked intern. Okay. So it wants us to ask her more about her blackouts and where she is. I don't have enough here. No, Sherry answered that. I'm trying not to use any hints here. I'm trying to think what I could ask her. She mentioned anxiety at one point.
Dr. Dekker thought I had generalized anxiety disorder. GAD? Because of the blackouts. He thought I was breathing badly. Do you think I'm breathing badly?
That was such a weird camera angle, and it makes me uncomfortable. No. I don't think you're breathing badly.
You can check my breathing if you want. Do you want me to lie down? Can you tell just by looking at me? I'm not worried about it, just if you are.
Anyone else getting like a very weird vibe from this? Like, I'm getting a really weird vibe. Damn it. This is really hard because I really don't want to use a hint, but I'm like... Let's just say yes, I can tell you're breathing fine. Damn it. What's this gonna tell me? I asked why she's here. You know, these are good. Because I asked about the drinking. I could have asked about the dancing and holding breath. Try the holding breath.
I'm not sure holding my breath too long is causing blackouts. I mean, it could, but I don't remember ever having a blackout when I'm holding my breath.
The dancing is causing your blackouts.
You think my dancing causes my blackouts? No, I know it's the last thing I remember, but I don't think it's that. Sometimes I remember more, but I'm tired now. Is that it for today? I do
What
suffer
did she
from
say here?
blackouts, which is strange as I can hold my breath for a really long time. But I'm not swimming before I black out. Dr. Dekker thought it was anxiety originally. Then he worked it out.
You know what, that's fair. I never asked what did he work out. What did he work out?
He eventually decided it wasn't anxiety, but I'm not going to tell you his final diagnosis. We should have a fresh start. I don't want you influenced by the prognosis.
How am I supposed to word a question around that? What was his final diagnosis?
I want to stop having the blackouts. I want to stop waking up at the beach. I want to remember those entire evenings. Can you suggest anything that might help?
Okay, we've got notes. Perhaps Mariana should stop going to the beach or have somebody watch or record her. Having somebody with her would probably help.
No, I don't know about that.
Okay, I worded that improperly then. You should have somebody watch or record you.
I'm confused. Which bit should I answer first?
This game is going to be one of those frustrating ones where you have to word things in a certain way. Got it. You should have somebody watch you.
Will you do it for me? Will you watch me to see what happens?
I get such weird vibes from her, like she's... Like, it feels like she's like half flirting and half not, and it's really uncomfortable.
So, it's a date then. I'll let you know when.
Definitely. Definitely doing that. Cool, got it. Let's tell her she should stop going to the beach.
That's a bit confusing. One at a time, maybe?
Stop going to the beach.
I'm confused. Which bit should I answer first?
Why do you go to the beach?
There's more than one question
God
there.
damn
Break
it.
it down for me?
See, I asked this one and it's saying I didn't. Okay, have you tried to film your
I
blackouts?
film my myself doing, lots of things. But
That
it's not
doesn't
so
surprise
easy to
me.
do when you're blacked out.
Don't have anything that we need to follow up on. She's still red. Do you know anything about the murder?
Well, that's why you're here, isn't it? You've replaced him. He was a good listener. I hope you are. Well, that's why you're here, isn't it? You've replaced him. He was a good listener. I hope you are.
It highlighted the word good there. Where I asked her if she liked Dr. Dekker. Now, why was he a good listener? That works.
Dr. Dekker could really get inside you.
Oh, I'm sure he got inside you more
It
than
was,
one ways.
Unsettling. But you let him do it. Part of the process, I guess.
The other thing I want to ask her, why are you here?
I think you're supposed to tell me what's wrong with me. Isn't that how it works? The police keep picking me up for public nudity.
What the fuck? So you go out dancing, you black out, you wake up at a beach, fully nude. Is she getting drugged and raped? Like, constantly? What do the police say?
I think they think I'm a naturist or something. They picked me up 5 times in the last month.
I wonder if she has a reply for this. Do your blackouts only happen at the Pearl? No, it's not gonna let me ask that. Why have you been picked up for public nudity? That's a good one.
I black out. And then the next thing I remember, I'm naked on the beach, like I've been washed up on shore. Nobody's pressed charges yet, but I can feel it. The police are getting suspicious.
Now we've got a new note. She has blackouts. Does she remember anything during sustained injuries? Do you wake up injured?
That's a bit confusing. One at a time, maybe?
Okay. Do you sustain any injuries?
No, nothing like that. I usually wake up on my side like I've been sleeping. Sometimes I'm partially covered by seaweed.
What in the fuck? What's the other thing I wanted to ask? Do you remember anything?
By blackout, I mean I don't really remember anything from the time I black out. I'm lucky to be alive, I guess.
This probably won't give me a response, but is it always the same beach?
I work for myself. I make bracelets from things I find on the beach and sell them online. I spend a lot of time at the beach. It's just way more relaxing than anywhere else. You should come with me one day. I can show you all the sights.
Apparently we've got everything from her? Like we can move on, but I don't feel like I should move on. Okay, I have to ask this.
Wow. Let's get straight to it then. I'm not sure I feel comfortable speaking with you about that at the moment.
Let's try this. Did you take Dr. Dekker to the beach? Damn it. This is a good one.
When I wake up, my hair is dry, but it's pretty hot at the moment. I get baked quickly by the sun. It's possible I've been in the sea during my blackout.
Okay. What else does it have here? Some of these I don't care for. Do you ever find your clothes after you black out?
I never find my clothes. I don't know why I'm naked.
It's been through a lot. I wonder how all this makes her feel. Is it gonna say, how does this all make you feel? Yep. Okay,
What?
let's
You're not
go for it.
listening.
Yeah, she didn't like that reply. Or question. This is the only other one I really wonder
I guess
about.
people see me and call the police. But someone will take offense eventually, and I'll be charged with indecent exposure.
Okay, the rest of these I don't care about. So she's definitely weird. I don't feel as though she would be the murderer. So we're just going to move on from her. Let's try Bryce. Looks like a normal guy. Alright, let's start off simple. Who are you?
I'm Bryce Hemmings. You must be the new doctor. Did you know Dr. Dekker?
Did we know Dr. Dekker? I don't think we would have. I'll say no, I didn't know Dr. Dekker.
He was an antagonistic psycho. I hope you're not from the same school of thought.
Well then. That's a way of calling him, okay. Why was Dr. Dekker an antagonistic psycho?
I didn't really like Dr. Dekker, and for quite a few reasons, actually. I'd rather talk about my own problems for now, though, if you don't mind.
Okay. Fair enough. He doesn't want to talk about Dekker, so... What are your problems?
Originally, I was suffering with depression. Work was piling up, I kept missing deadlines. I wasn't used to all the failure. I got depressed.
Okay. Ask him how he is now. Okay. Better way of phrasing that. Are you depressed right now?
You'd think being a gravedigger had its perks, but it can be very stressful. There's a trend going towards burial rather than cremation again, and as well as running out of space, we're running out of competent gravediggers. At least ones that can use a shovel, that is. I'm not feeling anywhere near as depressed as I used to, though. Not since I got the extra hour.
Extra hour? Like, hour of free time, hour of work? Yeah, what extra hour?
At midnight each day, time as you know it freezes. In my world, it just slows down to almost a stop. But I don't. I'm free to wander around and do as I please. An hour later, normal reality continues. It's my very own midnight hour.
Somebody's played a little too much Persona 3. I'm just using this drop-down thing because it's helping me phrase the questions I want to ask better. Because I was going to say, what do you do in the midnight hour? But this one works better.
In the extra hour, I mainly catch up with work. It's a godsend. Sometimes I play chess against myself. It relaxes and strengthens the mind all at once.
Okay. What do you mean by midnight hour?
It's a bizarre thing to know you have an extra hour every day. I rarely ever sleep until after midnight now, so I can appreciate the extra time. I get a lot of work done in that time. I'm completely caught up. The depression is no longer an issue. 25 hours is a blessing for me. But apparently, it's not real, and I'm insane for thinking it is. What do you think, Doctor?
I don't know what I think. Because all these people seem to have some weird, unexplained issue that probably can be explained by normal means. I'm just trying to think of how his would. Because with Mariana, it could be, you know, somebody drugging her at the nightclubs. I don't think you're insane.
I thought it would be too early to make a diagnosis, but it's good you're having a go anyway.
Okay. Why is it hard to find someone who can use a shovel? Sure.
Henley Church, where I work, is located on an old Norman motte and bailey. You can't use mechanical diggers or excavators there in case you destroy a relic.
I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, what sort of relics do you got there?
I stumbled across a relic myself. An ancient chess piece. A queen, I believe. The best chess piece. The most freedom of movement. But they took it away immediately and proclaimed the whole east side of Henley Church a protected site of archaeological importance, which means we're not allowed to use it until the archaeologists have finished. I wish I hadn't told anyone.
I have the feeling there's something with the whole chest thing going on, because that's twice now he's mentioned that. Yeah, tell me about the
Henley
church.
Church is relatively small. Well, for the number of bodies they expect us to pack into the ground, it's relatively small. The whole building was once owned by Scientologists, but they handed it back to the community as a tax break, I believe. Or they'd finished doing whatever it was they wanted to do with it.
Hmm. Do you believe in Scientology? Sure.
I'm not sure I believe in any religion anymore. I used to believe in God, not anymore. There are too many religions to pick from, don't you think?
God, I agree with that one. Part of why I don't really care for
Then we
religion.
agree. Have you watched Zeitgeist, Doctor? Some of it is believable, and the part about most religions stemming from the same basic facts. It's more likely they've all got it wrong than one of them has got it right.
Okay. Why didn't you like Dekker?
Dr. Dekker would say one thing and do another. He would push me to do things I didn't want to do. He was getting worse towards the end. I'm surprised he didn't kill himself.
What kind of things was he pushing you to do? What did Dekker push you to do?
I know you're asking questions to try and get a bearing, but I'd rather not talk about that now. Let's just enjoy the getting to know you phase before the ugliness kicks in.
The only thing it's telling me here is what is your job, which we
I'm
know
a
is a grave
digger,
digger.
Doctor, and people are dying quicker than we can bury them.
That's not helpful in the slightest. Let's see what he knows.
Dr. Dekker was murdered. Quelle surprise. Murder does seem a bit harsh, doesn't it? And another grave to dig. I know as much about it as you do. Less, I would imagine.
Do you like your job? Okay, apparently it's not gonna let me ask that. Do you like chess?
I like chess.
Sure.
I still play sometimes when I can find an opponent. There's nothing more satisfying than planning scores of moves in advance and then watching things unfold as you saw them. I shouldn't have told anyone about the Queen.
Yeah, why do you like playing moves
I
in
do like to
advance?
be in control, but then I suppose most people do. Nobody wants life to carry them along helplessly. Everyone wants to kick against it and make their own way. Do you like to be in control, Doctor?
Hmm. Okay, I'm thinking here. If I were to say no here, he'd probably try and take advantage of that because he likes to be in control. But if I say I also like to be in control, he might become slightly antagonistic. But if I do let him take control, he might give some info out that he wouldn't otherwise. We apparently have all the info we need to move on, but...
Dr. Dekker was very controlling, but he unraveled at the end. Watch out for that, Doctor.
How did he unravel?
He
There we
couldn't
go.
keep control of everything, of everyone. He just set us up like dominoes, but we all toppled in unexpected ways. You'll find it all out in time, Doctor. Just not today. Can't have your head exploding, can we?
Perhaps you should ask someone else a question. Okay. So, this is seeming really short so far. So do we come back to people later? Is my question. See who we got next. Got Nathan, Ellen, Blair. Let's talk to Nathan, because he's, he seems very fidgety. Tell me about yourself.
I'm Nathan Peel. I'm a supermarket worker from, well, hell, really.
Isn't that all of them? Yeah, tell me about Dekker.
Dr. Dekker was a complex man. I spent a lot of time with him, but he won't remember it that way.
I don't think he's gonna remember anything, considering he's dead. And why wouldn't he remember
it?
As
far as Dr. Dekker was concerned, we had Monday, then moved on to Tuesday. But me, I had Monday 5, 10, 50 times before I got to Tuesday.
Is this guy living in a Groundhog Day situation?
I watched that Bill Murray film, Groundhog Day.
God damn it.
To see if there's any clues. To see if there's any clues. That's how bad it's gotten. I'm looking for a cure in a Hollywood movie. Can you help me, Doctor?
Well, I sure fucking hope I can. Yes, I will try to help.
I don't know how, but thank you, Doctor. This is our first time around, and I trust you.
That's a mistake. Alright, let's see. Why was Dekker complex?
Because of the conflict that Dr. Dekker was going through. Let's just say you might look back on your life and think there's nothing you would have done differently. No 2 days were alike for him in the end. Like he couldn't decide what to do with himself.
Interesting. Why couldn't he decide what to do?
He was like a kid in a sweet shop. He had so many options, he didn't know what to do. I suppose if you take too long picking, all your options run away.
What? Once I realized I forgot to open some. What's wrong with you?
It's like those montages you get in movies.
We already know,
Time
but
passes, you wake up, shave, if you feel like it, shower, get dressed. What's the point? You get this day over and over. Nothing changes. Am I in purgatory, Doctor?
Why purgatory?
Because I'm stuck between this day and the next. Most of the time, anyway.
Okay. Why does nothing change?
Sometimes it looks different. Sometimes the bird song will change, or the weather will be less bleak, or that person who nodded at you yesterday doesn't do it today. But it doesn't usually change. You need a tragic event for change, like a murder.
This is setting him up to look really bad. What tragic event?
I didn't see the driver. It was my fault. I pulled out and the lorry just rammed me.
What?
Hannah. She was sat next to me. I was in shock, obviously. And when I came to, she was so close to me. It was like she was trying to hug me. but it wasn't right. Not natural. Bits of metal pushing through her. That was 5 years ago.
Who's Hannah? Yeah.
My fiancée. My childhood sweetheart. We met at secondary school. She was head girl, I was the quiet one. She liked computer games, so I instantly fell for her. I proposed in Goldshire. She said she didn't date elves, so I leveled up to a human necromancer and asked again.
Jesus fucking
It's
Christ.
Warcraft. We spent a lot of time on there.
5 years is a long
I was fine
time.
for quite a while after the accident. Well, being treated for depression. I thought I was cured. It was only recently after meeting Dr. Dekker that I had a strange deja vu. I'm exhausted. Doctor, is our time up? Dr. Dekker's murder was sudden. Brutal.
I'm wondering something.
Terrible. But doctor, 2 weeks. 2 weeks I had of rolling days. No do-overs. No Monday. I wouldn't kill anyone, though. I'd have to keep doing it, wouldn't I? Few things seem to move me forward. I've been shrunk for that already. If I had that day again, I wouldn't make the same mistake. Hannah would still be alive. We'd probably have a family by now. I haven't had any relationships since then.
I'm trying to wonder if, like, Dekker is the cause of their problems. But no, then why would they be going to see him? That makes no sense. Let's try Claire. Ask again, who are you?
My name is Claire Castleford, and as I'm paying a small fortune for these sessions, I'd expect you to be up to speed, Doctor.
Wow, she's fucking rude. Why are you paying a small
Being rich
fortune?
has its perks, but honestly, I would give it all up in a heartbeat if it could free me from this madness.
Okay, what madness is she talking about? Why are you here?
Well, according to your predecessor, I'm a delusional psychotic with obsessive tendencies. Oh, and a history of violence.
Oh, great.
Sounds so cold when you put it like that, though, doesn't it?
Let's hear her thoughts about
The most shocking thing
Dekker.
about Dr. Dekker's death is that it didn't bring it upon himself. But then I hadn't known him for a very long time. Perhaps I was wrong about him.
Okay. Let's hear about this history of violence.
To be fair, there was only one violent outburst. That hardly qualifies as a history of violence. And he provoked me.
Okay, who is he?
I stabbed him with a steak knife.
Good choice.
Shocking, isn't it?
I don't like how close she got to the camera in that one. Okay, why'd you stab
It was
him?
a brief moment of temporary insanity. Or temporary clarity, I'm not really sure which.
Could be both
David had
at the
been
same
having an
time.
affair with his assistant optician, Iris. How predictable. Not just the affair, but an optician named Iris.
Okay. Let's hear about her obsessive
I'm
tendencies.
obsessed with my husband. It's absurd, really.
So she's obsessed with her husband. He had an affair. She found out. And stabbed him. Cool. Why is it absurd?
He is here. And he shouldn't be.
Is this bitch seeing ghosts? Jesus Christ. Okay. Why shouldn't he
He's
be
lucky to
here?
be alive. He almost died.
What? Almost died.
My husband is not a well man. We've been having problems for a while now.
I'm slightly confused.
His health, if you can call it that, has been deteriorating rapidly in the last few weeks. I can't cope with caring for him anymore.
How has this health
Since
deteriorated?
our altercation, he's become less and less active.
Well, you fucking stabbed
His
him.
mind's become less and less active too. Such a delightful conversationalist at one time, now more of an enigmatic husk. I tried to hurt David once.
Let's try this.
That's why I'm here, isn't it? I'm not proud of my behavior, but I was very angry. It was a private matter, though. The police should never have been involved.
Pretty sure yes they should have if you stabbed him. Do you often get
I never
angry?
used to get angry. Ever. If you're angry, you're not in control. Isn't that right? And it would be very bad for me to lose control.
Okay, why would it be bad for you to lose control? Why is bad to lose control?
Let's save that for another time, shall we? I'm rich, but I'm not made of money, and I'm fairly sure my time is up.
Well, it's not letting me progress. Let's
Delusions.
hear about delusions.
As in seeing things that are not there. I'm not going to be any more specific. It's not true in any case. I'm not delusional.
If somebody is delusional, would they be able to tell that they're not delusional? Because they're saying things that aren't there, but the only way for them to know that's not there is for someone else to tell them, hey, it's not there. But then I guess you could argue that the other person is delusional because they're not seeing things that are there.
David has trouble looking after himself. Sometimes I'll leave the lake house and he's just sitting in the rocking chair on the porch. And when I return the next evening, he's still there, just staring into the stars. He needs help, I know, but I can't hire anybody to care for him.
Why can't you hire anybody?
David's staying at the lake house. It belonged to my parents, but I don't use it much anymore. I have the main house to myself.
Do you think Dekker was suicidal? Why are the police involved? Who's David? Why were the police
seem to think
involved?
I'm dangerous. I'm only sitting here talking to you because I have a lot of money. Otherwise, there's no doubt I'd be thrown into prison for a very long time. That's why I need your help, Doctor.
Not really giving me answers I want. Let's see what she
Dr.
thinks
Dekker
about
just had
this.
that look about him. You know what they say about us crazies. Takes one to know one.
Okay, I know that. That one's obvious. That one's also obvious. Move on to Ellen. Who are you?
Elin. I'm 25
Edelin,
and
okay.
I'm less. God, I sound like I'm on one of those dating shows.
What's this? Sorry for writing in your notes. Say hello to Edelin for me and let her know that Terry called for her. Jaya XX? What the fuck just happened? Hello? Got a note that Terry called?
Terry's one of the other nurses at the home. I don't think she likes me very much.
What problem are you here for?
I started seeing Dr. Dekker a few months ago. I thought it would be nice to have someone I could talk to about work. It can get a bit stressful sometimes.
Okay, that's fair. Fair enough. Let's hear about
I've known a lot of
Dekker.
doctors over the years. Most of them arrogant idiots who think nurses are just there to do their bidding, or worse. Dr. Dekker was different. He had a lot of time for me. He was interested in my problems.
Hey, did you like Dekker?
He was a bit offbeat, but yeah, I liked him. But then I like most people.
Okay. What type of nurse are
I work
you?
in a nursing home for the elderly. I basically do end-of-life care.
Mentioned dating.
I'm not really looking for love at the moment. I'm sort of married to my work, but in a good way.
Okay. Why does it get
It
stressful?
can be sad sometimes.
I mean,
I don't
besides
like
the
losing a
obvious.
patient, but that's the job. I don't get stressed about it or anything.
You lying about being
It's not the
stressed?
job that stresses me. It's the people I work with, the other nurses. They're mean to me.
Why are they mean to you? Or how?
They
Okay.
call me the angel of death because so many patients have died on my shift. I don't think they mean it. Obviously, it's not my fault. It just seems to happen that way.
Interesting. How many patients have died on your shift?
3 last month. 3 the month before that, I think. But only 1 so far this month, so that's good. Although
That's
one of my
not that
patients,
much.
Hilda, I don't think she's got long.
The other nurses are just being kind of rude for no real point at that point.
She's one of the crotchety ones. Always swearing and spitting at me. Never got anything nice to say. Thinks we're going to smother her in her sleep or something. She doesn't bother me though.
The way her face looked when she said smother, it's kind of concerning.
The usual things. Making sure the patients are comfortable. Making sure they're not in any pain. And I talk to them. I keep them company. Some of them get pretty frightened about what's coming. Well, those of them that aren't out of it on meds. I comfort them.
Why are patients frightened? Why are some patients out of it on meds? Both of these are kind of obvious.
I don't like it when patients are heavily sedated, especially when there are alternatives, like herbal remedies. I mean, imagine if you only had a few days or weeks left to live. Would you want to spend it asleep?
Personally, it would depend on what age I am. If I'm, like, in my 80s and just tired all the time, like, sure, I'll take the sleep. But if it was, like, as I am right now, at 28, then no. I'd rather be out spending each day doing something fun.
Exactly. I feel like it's almost criminal. Like you're robbing people of their last moments on Earth. You should be able to savor the experience, not sleep your way to death.
I mean, to be fair, dying in your sleep would be one of the better options. Why should people savor dying? Weird way of wording that.
I'm not saying anyone should be happy about dying. I've seen lots of people die, and it's a special moment. There's literally nothing else like it.
That's not creepy at all. Herbal
I'm
remedies.
a qualified herbalist. It's okay, you can laugh. Most people think herbalism is a joke, but I'd much rather help my patients sleep at night with valerian or passion flower than lorazepam, temazepam, or zolpidem.
I mean, fair. Very fair. Let's continue. I think we got enough.
Oh, Doctor, glad I caught you. I thought you might want to hear what Ben had to say. Quick catch up?
Okay. Oh, she like this is our assistant. Okay. What did Ben say?
I'm not sure Ben will be coming in for a while. He's still pretty shook up about finding the body. I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often in the line of work he's in. Anyway, he said he found the body at exactly 20 minutes past 10. For some reason, the first thing he did was look at his watch. That's all he'd say before he'd shut down. The police weren't very talkative either.
Why does nobody wear shoes? Who is Ben?
Sorry, didn't you know? Ben's one of the night shift cleaners. I'm sure he's got some tales he could tell.
Okay. So night shift cleaner found Dr.
Yes.
Dekker's body.
Ben found Dr. Dekker's body on Valentine's night in his office. In your office.
It's not creepy at all. What's this? Dr. Dekker was killed on Valentine's Day. I should ask the patients where they were that day. Tell me about it.
Yes, you know, the 14th of February, the day of love. Or remembering a massacre. Whichever's more you.
Both. Mention the police.
The police wanted to know what I was doing Valentine's night, you know, when the body was found. I was at home, all on my lonesome. So I guess that makes me a suspect.
I mean, in this case, kind of everybody's a suspect. Who else is a suspect?
I think the police want you to make a short list of suspects, or maybe even find the killer. You're seeing all the patients that were on the books when he was killed. There was no forced entry, so they think it might be someone he knew, or someone who had access to the office. Yeah, like little old me. Do you think I'm a suspect, Doctor?
I mean, technically you have the ability to, so yes, you're a suspect.
Oh, well, I wasn't expecting that. I suppose everyone's a suspect at the moment, even you. They did mention I needed grief counselling, though, and I said you'd sort me out. I know you didn't agree, but I thought I'd let you know.
Wasn't that gonna go against the code of conduct? How old did you know,
I wouldn't
Dekker?
say we were best friends, but we did spend a lot of time together. There's only two of us that work here. I'm sure we'll become friends too, Doctor. Just try not to get murdered.
You know how he was killed? Why would anyone want to kill him? Did he have any enemies? How was he killed?
I don't know exactly, but a stabbing of some kind. We'll be getting the autopsy through at some point. I'll let you know when.
Okay. Huh. I feel as though I've narrowed it down to 3.
I'm having a loop day.
Not him. So the current 3 people I'm thinking. Mariana, Claire, and not Nathan, but the other guy, the guy that the guy that plays too much Persona 3. I mean, Luke.
It's a do-over day. You won't remember. What's the name of your assistant again? You didn't know that yesterday. Can you remember where I met Hannah?
We met Hannah. We met at school and then he started playing Warcraft.
Well done, Doctor. Yeah, we met at secondary. Wouldn't it be funny if my day loops if you fail to get a question right?
No, wouldn't be funny.
I agree.
That was weird.
I'm having a loop day. It's a do-over day.
Where you met Hannah.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I skipped her son.
Yeah, at secondary school. It's been fun, but I've got a pill.
Hey, what pill?
Dr. Dekker gave me this pill. He told me if I took it, I'd never have another loop day. It's got a small skull and crossbones on it. Should I take the tablet, Doctor?
What the fuck? This is a, interesting scenario to be in. Please don't fuck up. He has to take the tablet.
Okay. Okay.
I get an idea of what this might do.
See you on the flip side. Mom? I'm having a loop day.
The pill didn't work.
It's a do-over day. You won't remember it. What's the name of your assistant again? Well done. Can you remember where I met Hannah? Yeah, great. Is there anything you can say that's going to break this loop for me?
I have no idea. Tell me about the pill?
I never mentioned a pill this time, or a tablet. What the hell is going on here? Are you reliving my days? Something somewhere has changed since you arrived. Like some kind of sim theory.
This is weird.
It's a thing. Some professor believes we could be living inside a computer simulation and someone is controlling us. And there are millions of these sims. And someone somewhere behind a keyboard is just causing havoc. I'm starting to think you have that keyboard, Doctor.
I
Don't answer
mean,
that. I don't want to know.
At midnight each day.
On Valentine's night,
Time as you know it freezes.
20 minutes past 10.
Keep up, Doctor.
Thinks we're going to smother her in her sleep.
I'm a grave digger, Doctor.
I was at home,
David is my husband.
all on my lonesome.
Stabbed him with a steak knife.
Nothing changes.
I'm a qualified angel of death.
When I'm dancing,
You get this day over and over.
Hilda,
I black out
I don't think she's got long.
And Laurie just...
naked on the beach.
Hannah.
Is that it for today?
Act 2, Valentine's Day. Alright, let's see what we can get from people this time.
Ooh, deja vu. Are you sitting in exactly the same place I left you last night? Oh, that's where it all starts, Doctor. Anyway, do you think you can fit me in today? Looking at the diary, it's just the usual suspects, and you must be getting sick of them already. I've got this for you, too. It's some more footage from Professor Alderby that was hiding away.
Okay.
Well, come find me if you need anything.
Now we have Lacey and Jasmine. Clues. Let's watch this footage.
Nothing, of course. The faculty thinks I've gone loopy, like some kind of spongy Mobius strip. But that's why I'm here, isn't it, Dr. Dekker? Him, God, the great old one, the elder god, Cthulhu, however you address him. Listen to me! You're not listening! It's your only bloody job! Well, let's call him God. He creates this world for his amusement, something he can play with and occasionally alter to suit his mood. God loves chaos, but something goes wrong. Man and woman evolve. What was once chaotic becomes, well, more ordered. Without chaos, he has less power. When there's too much order, he becomes impotent. So he needs to instill chaos again. And do you know how he does this? No. And yes. You're being too granular. He needs chaos so he can return, and the only thing stopping him is you. Not just you. You and people like you. Psychiatrists, doctors, nurses. Anyone who is caring for people who are losing their sanity. You have no comprehension how important your job is, do you? He doesn't need your version of insanity to spread. He needs chaos. It's not the same. It's just a means to an end. They're not all cultists, unfortunately.
This game is a
Once you see the truth,
Cthulhu
it's
game,
hard not to spread
apparently.
chaos yourself, to cause further insanity and harm your own. I doubt it. But can I make you question your reality? Definitely. But in doing so, I would be promoting more chaos. On the basis the central component of our universe is chaos, science can only document a perception of the chaos at any one given moment in time, as by definition, chaos is unpredictable from one moment to the next, which means that at any given moment, we can choose to alter our perception of the world, no matter how much chaos that would cause. In 10 seconds' time, there will be no gravity in this room, and we will float. 3, 2, 1. You think nothing happened. But where's your glass, Doctor?
Okay. Interesting. Who is this? Who are these new people? And why are they already yellow? Who are you?
I'm Lacey Hendricks. So you don't know about me then? Where to start? My next door neighbour in Jobson Hill, where I live, she was murdered. 80, and they diversion burgled her. But she was wise to it and started calling the police. They slit her throat with a bread knife.
Jeez.
So I started a neighbourhood watch.
Just Lucy about the neighborhood watch. Yeah, I figured that.
It was me and Agnes. Everyone else thought we were overreacting. If they want their throats cut, that's up to them, living in their bubbles. But Agnes... Poor Agnes.
What happened to Agnes?
She went missing, and still is. And that's what people think. But it's not the truth.
Hey. What is the
Killed
truth?
them. It looks normal enough. A smartly dressed, door-to-door saleswoman. I know because I heard my other neighbours shout at her. No Jehovah's! They think anyone knocking is a Jehovah. But she said she was selling double glazing.
The hell is double glazing?
I don't know. I didn't answer the door. Best not to nowadays. But I watched her go to Agnes's. Poor Agnes. She let her right into her house.
Happened after Agnes let the woman into her house.
I could only see the silhouette. It turned from a person into a, well, it looked like, I guess you'd call it a Medusa. Snakes for her face. And Agnes just fell to the floor. A few minutes later, the woman left, smiling like the cat that got the cream. That was the end of Agnes.
Okay. What are you doing on
I
Valentine's?
was at Henley Church. They had a service that ran right up till midnight.
Hello.
For us less fortunates without a love in their life. Well, now.
Henley Church is where that one guy works.
Do you have someone, Doctor? Do you have a love in your life?
God, no.
Garden Club. You should come with me one night. It's a lovely way to meet new people.
Yeah, proof
I
Agnes
saw
is
it with
dead.
my own eyes. What more proof do I need? You're starting to sound like Dr. Dekker. He didn't believe me either. I
Okay.
didn't have much luck with him, like I said. He didn't believe me. He thought I was having a hallucination caused by the stress of my neighbour being so brutally murdered. Where is Agnes, though? I haven't found her, have they? Have they?
Why are you asking me? I'm not the police. No, they didn't
They
find her.
haven't found her because that thing ate her. Or made her disappear or something. Her useless husband managed to survive unscathed, though.
Okay, why was it
Don't know much
useless?
about him. Other than the fact that he looks at me like I'm 6 foot under every time we meet. He doesn't seem too bothered she's gone missing either. He did at first, when the police were crawling around. But now they've gone, that stopped. If I hadn't seen that thing eat her, I'd...
You suspect the
No.
husband?
He's a Weasley little man. He spends far too much time in his garden. It's probably like the National Trust back there. The constant digging and building, pruning and sawing.
I'm gonna move on. It's Dr. Jasmine.
I'm Jasmine. I don't come in that often. What happened to Dr. Dekker?
He died.
Oh. When? How? Sorry, you probably don't know, do you?
Figured they would tell the patient. What's this? I should tell Jasmine. Hey, wants me to tell her. Okay.
Ouch. I didn't really know him that well. I'm trying to remember what I was doing on Valentine's Day now.
Well, what were you doing?
I had to work all day at Providence.
What do you
When
suffer from?
You see a painting, it stands still. When I see one, it's moving, like a mini film, like little vines. But when there's a person in the painting,
It stares you down.
they watch me, normally disapprovingly.
Why do they watch disapprovingly?
Because they don't think I know how to appreciate art, because I'm too young.
Do you appreciate art?
Yes, of course. Otherwise I wouldn't be working in an art
Dumb
gallery.
question.
I love art. I love paintings. Like I said, they move for me.
That's all you need from her, I think. So for me, my current suspects are Bryce, Claire, and Mariana. So let's do Nathan and Lynn, I think it's how it's pronounced. I don't remember. That way we could further eliminate them, because I don't think Jasmine or Lacey are going to be the one that killed him. How are you today?
Hello again, Doctor. I had a bit of a shaky loop incident, but let's not talk about it. Yesterday, I set fire to Hannah's clothes in the garden. I just wanted the day to move forward. I instantly regretted it. And lo and behold, here we are, a new day. Hannah's clothes are a pile of ashes.
Why'd you burn her clothes?
I've kept almost all of her stuff as she left it. It's just the clothes. I decided to burn those yesterday, so here I am. Hannah loved clothes. Every season, she'd donate her entire wardrobe to some charity or another, and only buy stuff she loved.
God, that'd be expensive.
I don't even know what her favourite season was. Does it matter? What's your favourite season, Doctor?
The one that we are currently in. I like autumn.
I thought you'd be an autumn person. That means you're supposed to be grounded and productive. And you like your space.
I feel called out. What did Dekker think of you?
Dr. Dekker felt that Hannah was holding me back. The memories of Hannah. In his opinion, I was holding on to the past. So I guess he cursed me. If that's even a thing.
Cursed you?
Yes, Dr. Dekker cursed me. I don't really want to talk about it, but let's just say I blame him for the way I am. Can you give me some advice, Doctor?
What kind of advice do you want?
I've been trying to think how I can get past today. I've come up with a couple of choices. I could set fire to Hannah's photographs. I've got them in Dropbox anyway. But setting fire to the clothes did the trick. Or setting fire to a rocking chair. She sounds like an old lady, but she loved that rocking chair, which I've not sat in since. Which one do you think's best?
Probably the photographs.
Photographs it is then. I'll let you know how it goes.
Okay, where were you on Valentine's?
I was at Henley Church on Valentine's Day, visiting Hannah's grave. It's the anniversary of her death. Her parents wanted a huge funeral with all the trimmings. Hannah would never have come for it. But it does give me somewhere to visit. I got to write the epitaph.
When did you
I left Henley
leave?
Church about 11 o'clock on Valentine's Day. I was talking to an archaeologist who said it uncovered some fossils resembling a strange cephalopod-like creature. Strange place to find an octopus, really. What? Do you think I've got something to do with Dr. Dekker's murder? Maybe you should ask your assistant who Dekker saw that day.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to eliminate you.
It was a missed call. It was Valentine's Day, so I wasn't in the mood for conversation.
What was the epitaph?
We walk alone without our angel.
Well, that's nice. Well, it still has me asking questions.
I've been
Okay.
alone since Hannah. I can't imagine anyone ever replacing her. Not that I've looked. Do you think I should look for someone else?
I mean, it might help you.
Okay, fine. I'll try. I'm not really sure what I'm looking for, though. Just sign up to Tinder and start swiping.
Pretty much.
Maybe it's just company I'm missing. Although I don't really want any.
Are you
I'm not
religious?
religious. But when I wrote Hannah's epitaph, I knew her parents would want some acknowledgement of the great bearded one. But she was an angel to me. She was an angel to everyone.
I think I got everything I needed out of him. I don't think he did it. Let me... Give me the thing I want. Okay, let's eliminate another person. How are you doing today?
I haven't had a great day, to be honest. Someone accused me of stealing from my patients, which I would never do. Plus, Hilda's getting worse.
What were you accused of stealing?
This? Well, it started with this. It's a locket. Alice, one of my patients, gave it to me before she died.
Alien accused of stealing, so it started with the locket. What else have patients given her?
I have a few other things. A watch, a ring. One patient gave me a little china bird. They're not valuable, just trinkets, really.
Okay. They're all trinkets.
Strictly speaking, all of the patient's belongings should be passed on to family members after they die. But Alice's son never visited. He didn't care about his mum. Why would he care about some worthless piece of jewellery? It just doesn't feel right to me. What do you think, Doctor? Am I wrong to keep the locket?
I mean, she gave it to you.
Thank you, Doctor. That makes me feel much better. I shouldn't let what Terry says bother me so much.
Okay, mentioned Hilda. What's happening with
Hilda's
her?
the one I mentioned in our last session. She's dying. I can tell. I need to see her before it's too late.
Why do you need to see her?
To help her finish her unfinished business. People who are dying always have things they wish they could do before they go. We leave a lot of loose ends in our lives. We're very messy that way.
Very true. What's her unfinished
Hilda wants
business?
to see her daughter. She's in Australia, so I'm going to have to use my talent.
Talent. First I'm hearing about
I can
this.
change my skin. What I look like. I can turn into a patient's loved one. I just hold their hand and ask them to imagine that the person they want to see is sitting right here next to them, and I become them.
Okay, now I feel differently about you keeping that locket.
That's how I comfort them. I only shift at work to help my patients. I don't have any interest in using it as a party trick or to deceive anyone.
Can you tell me about
Yes,
Dekker?
I had a session with Dr. Dekker on Valentine's Day. 3 o'clock, I think. Just a few hours later, he was... I still can't get over it.
Hey, what were you doing that night?
Actually, I had a hot date. It wasn't anything serious, just some guy I know. But it was a nice date, different to what I'm used to.
What are you used to?
It was very traditional, old-fashioned, you know? Dinner at a nice restaurant. Then we went for a little walk along the pier. Held hands, had a bit of a kiss. Then he called a cab, and I went home, alone.
How did you get the
I think it was
cab?
about 11 when I left Max. I'm sure you could check with the taxi company if you really wanted to, if you think I need an alibi.
I don't like that everyone's winding up at like 11. Maybe Jaya should check Eileen's alibi with the taxi company. Probably a good idea. Alright, now we're on to the suspicious 3. Let's do you because you make me uncomfortable.
I haven't been back to the beach since our last session, and no blackouts, new doctor, and new hope. You're much better behaved than Dr. Dekker.
The fuck does that mean?
Dr. Dekker dated his patients. That's not good behavior, is it?
No. That's bad behavior.
I think her name was Scarlett? One of his patients, an older woman. I guess that's how he liked them.
Yeah, she seems upset by that. How do you feel not going to the beach?
I haven't been back to the beach since our last session. Kind of missed it.
Hey, why have you missed
You
it?
do something a lot, you're gonna miss it. I suspect
Okay,
I'll
that's
go
fair.
back there soon, but it's helped with the blackouts.
Alright, what can you tell me about
He went out
Dekker?
for drinks. Didn't you know? He said it was a breach of something or the other, but I can be pretty persuasive when I want to be. Shh.
Yeah, that's right. She didn't drink.
Yeah, drinks. I think Dr. Dekker ordered neat whiskey. I had water. I don't drink.
Okay. How are you
I
persuasive?
know, it's pretty hard to believe, isn't it? I feel pretty ugly.
Oh, I
I
see.
think I have a nice smile.
Using that I'm not saying that.
I guess it was a couple of days before Valentine's Day. It wasn't a date or anything. I noticed in our sessions that he'd been acting a little strange. He just didn't seem right. I wanted to find out what was wrong.
What were you doing on
I
Valentine's?
didn't do anything on Valentine's Day. I washed my hair and then I walked along the beach for the whole night. It's actually true. I saw one of your patients actually. The nurse. She was on the pier with someone. Pretty much all of the night too, so I can vouch for her even though she probably didn't see me.
I wonder if I can question her about that. Oh, the Kings actually forced me to say that. Damn it. Oh, it's not gonna let me go back and ask her. Alright, let's see.
Lots of people find me attractive, but I've seen something truly beautiful. Makes me feel dull by comparison.
I just noticed the Cthulhu necklace that she's wearing.
I have a recurring dream where I find something beautiful in the sea. But I don't know you that well yet, Doctor. Let's wait a while before I tell you my most intimate secrets.
Sorry to cut in, Doctor. I've just had a phone call from a solicitor. Ben's trying to sue us for nervous shock. Should I go and see him to talk it out, or should I find a solicitor to represent us? Sorry to be pushy, I just think we should act quickly before it's too late.
That's a problem.
Let me know.
Okay, I can't tell her there. Let's try Claire. How are you doing
It's
today?
the anniversary of my parents' death today. I went to the lake house. I always go to the lake house anyway, but it's also where they died.
I feel like I don't know much about her. How'd your parents die?
They died of carbon monoxide poisoning.
Oh, that's great.
I was staying at a friend's house. Otherwise, I would have died too.
Hey, what'd you do?
I stood for a while, looking across the water. It's peaceful there. It's the place that makes me feel the most. There was a girl there, by the lake, only about 9 or 10. She was fishing, if you can call it that, with one of those nets on a stick.
Okay. Did you speak to the
I
girl?
don't know why I talked to her. She looked sad. I don't usually talk to children, but she seemed different, special. I'm allowed to talk to her, aren't I, Doctor?
I mean, strange child. Yeah, you could talk with her.
Good. It felt nice. I felt like I was being nice. I felt human. So I can find her and talk to her again, Doctor.
I don't like the way that you're questioning this, but
Then
okay.
I will. I'll look for her next time I'm there.
Sure, why was she sad?
David had been hunting again, and, well, she's seen some of the skins he hung around the lake house.
Why is she hanging around the lake house?
David wasn't there. Or at least I didn't see him. I didn't go inside. I forgot my key, and the spare was missing.
What'd she
Animal
see?
skins. David hunts, then skins. It's horrible, really. He's not really good at either job, so the skins still have great lumps of bloody carcass hanging off them. I'm sure he'll get better with practice.
Hmm.
the day Dr. Dekker was killed. I had a session with him in the morning at my usual time, 11 o'clock. That was the last time I saw him.
Okay.
Dr. Dekker made me an offer that I couldn't refuse. I'll be taking it to the grave with me, though. As did he.
I'm starting to get an idea of what's going on with this story. Can you see something behind me and you seem preoccupied? Those are weird questions.
There's something I want to tell you about. Something else that's wrong with me. I think I've been getting a bit out of control in my hour.
Have you been getting out of
When I
control?
first got the hour, I was shocked, obviously. It took me a while to work out that everyone was frozen and only I could move, because I live on my own. What would you do, Doctor, if you had an hour where everyone was frozen? Go to a fairground?
I'd go to a fairground, I'd help people, I'd steal things, I'd spy on people. Honestly, I'd probably just get more work done. I'll say I'd help people, though.
I did think, what good could I do, other than catch up with work? I did see a woman who was having her purse snatched, so I gave her purse back, and the crook, I placed him on a bus a few blocks away. I have no idea where it was going. She'd never really be able to thank me, so I took another picture.
Picture? That's... Bryce asked what I would do if I had an extra hour. Maybe I should suggest things he might have done to gain his trust. I wonder if he's stolen anything, or spied on anyone, or helped anyone. Alright, I'd spy on people.
Well, that makes me feel a little better. There's a young mother, divorced, who lives opposite me. Jessica. She's friendly and says hello to me, smiles. I've always wondered what she looks like naked. So one
Jesus
hour,
Christ.
I broke into her house. She was standing in her bedroom. I took it as a sign. I took off her clothes and...
Fucking Jesus Christ. Okay. What'd you do?
I took photos of Jessica when she was naked. When I'd stripped her. When she was naked and frozen. I didn't want to have to do it again, to strip her again. So I took pictures to remind myself what she looked like. That's wrong, isn't it, Doctor?
Yes! Fucking asshole, that's very wrong. What the fuck?
I know. It's that bloody Dr. Dekker. He made me this way. It's all his fault.
Why is it his fault?
Like I said, I originally presented with depression, and everything was going well for a while. Then Dr. Dekker changed.
How did he change?
He was easily distracted during sessions, like he wasn't listening. I'm pretty sure he wasn't listening half the time. I don't think he wanted to know about his patients anymore. But when he did give you advice...
What kind of advice did he give?
He told me to use my imagination, to make something up, to think something crazy, and it would become real. He told me to think of a way to get more time. So I did. But he pushed me. He made me think it.
It said steal things.
Yes, I would steal too. And I have stolen. I ran out of milk, so I thought I'd go to the local all-night shop and get some more. I was absolutely intending to pay, but when I got there, everyone was frozen. I thought about leaving money on the counter, but that seemed weird. The cashier would wake and suddenly this money would have appeared from nowhere.
Just put it in the register.
But I've stolen bigger things.
What bigger things? Alright, you seem preoccupied. What's up?
Sometimes I see a girl standing behind you. I don't know who it is. I don't know what you're asking me either.
You see a girl standing behind me. That's not weird.
Possibly a relative of yours. Possibly a patient that died here. I'm not sure. She doesn't normally say anything. It's obviously not real. Probably a side effect of the sleeping pills I'm on.
Interesting. Yeah, when does make you miss the extra hour?
Yes, that does sound weird, doesn't it? I take the temazepam as an antidepressant when I feel I need a little chemical help. I don't want to sleep through my extra hour, so obviously I don't take it at night.
So when are you sleeping? What does this say? Bryce takes a sleeping pill for depression. Tell me more about Dekker.
I dug the grave for Dr. Dekker. I helped carry his coffin to the burial site. Do you know what? It didn't weigh enough to have a body in it. Why do you think that is?
There's some Cthulhu fuckery going on here.
No, the coffin wasn't empty. There was something in it. A decoy, I'd imagine.
Why would there be a decoy?
I'm guessing he was buried somewhere else, or cremated. Somebody somewhere didn't want his body going in the ground. Do you want to be cremated or buried, Doctor?
You know, let's just say cremate me.
That's a good choice, Doctor. Less work for me.
Leave nothing remaining. Where were you on Valentine's
I was
Day?
home alone. I only live 5-minute cycle ride from here, so I could have been and gone several times. But I didn't. I've never been to this office outside my scheduled appointment time.
And nothing else from you. Alright, you, assistant. How are you doing?
Hey, you. Thanks for helping me with this grief thing. I'm not sure I have it, though.
Should we talk about
I
grief?
don't really know where to start. I feel a bit numb. Maybe we should just talk about him.
Okay. What was Dekker
It hadn't
like?
even been a year. He was a quiet, solitary man. A good listener, as I suppose you'd need to be. His confidence did grow as time wore on, but that's what you'd expect after you've fitted in. I mainly miss our chats. He used to work late with me and tell me things about the patients, things that I probably shouldn't have heard, but did. What do you think of the
Interesting.
patients? Nah, perhaps you shouldn't say. You can ask me. Go on, I'll tell you what I think.
Alright, what do you think? It's not letting me ask about these two, so I'm gonna assume that they're not important, just kind of there to further the story and lore. Hear about Nathan.
Oh, I just want to cuddle Nathan all up. He's such a mess. He's always in the same clothes. You know, he barely talks to me, though. It's the same hello every time. He reminds me of Tom.
It was Tom.
Tom was a quiet mess, like Nathan. Youngish, in his early 20s. He taught piano, but he did have a strange hobby.
What was the hobby?
Tom liked to base jump. That's basically falling from a huge building or mountain and pulling your parachute before you hit the ground.
Yeah, fuck
He
that.
started to think he could fly. Dr. Dekker tried to talk him out of it, but Tom had to prove his point. So one day, Tom decided to base jump without a parachute. Can you guess what happened?
Splat.
He did die. He was hit by a rock from further up the mountain. He never got to fly. Nathan thinks he knows what his problem is too, but if he's not careful, he'll get hit by that rock. I wish I'd said goodbye.
Okay. What? Okay, that's the
I wish
question.
I'd said goodbye to Dr. Dekker. It was so sudden. Here, then gone. He resigned anyway, but that's not the same, is it?
Why did he resign?
Dr. Dekker resigned shortly before his murder. It's sad, but doctors come and go, and only poor Jaya remains.
That's how you say your name?
Resignation letter somewhere.
Just
I
these
do
weird
all the
ass
hiring
names.
and firing around here. Well, Professor Alderby and the Trust technically do that. Professor Alderby is a trustee. Did I not mention that?
No. Let's check his resignation letter. To whom it may concern, please accept this letter as notice of my intention to resign from my position. Great resignation letter, bud.
Elin seems like a lovely person. I'm not really sure why she's here.
'Cause her co-workers are fucking assholes.
Claire seems to be shaken by something. I offer her drinks every time she comes in, but she always refuses them. It's as if she just wants to come in, get her session over with, and then run off to do something else. It's a bit rude, isn't it?
I mean, it's generally kind of how I am. But my schedule is a fucking mess.
I think Bryce has a lot of misdirected anger. I don't think I like him that much. Sometimes when things overrun, he's outside waiting for you, and he stares at me as if he's undressing me with his eyes. He's not the first person that's done that, but still, it feels worse coming from him.
Considering what he told me, I definitely agree.
Mariana is a special girl.
That's
there's
a word
something
for
about
it.
her that just makes you want to follow her. Maybe that's what a trendsetter looks like.
Why'd you work late with Dekker?
We'd work late together on all sorts of things. He was preoccupied with finding patterns in patients, trying to find some kind of order.
What patterns?
Mainly he was searching for a common experience the patients might have had. That's what led them to his office. He'd study everything, even the referral letters.
Do you have the referral letters?
Yes. Letters, parking tickets, holiday destinations. I find those referral letters. He was sure there was a pattern in them.
I'm sure I can already figure out what's going on here. Let's talk about Ben.
So, should I get a solicitor, or shall we try and talk it out with him?
Before that, who has a
On
session?
Valentine's Day, Dr. Dekker had a session with Claire Castleford at 11 and that nurse, Elin, at 3. Everyone else cancelled. You should see this place Christmas Eve. I was at home though, so I don't actually know who came in. Dr. Dekker did phone and ask me for Nathan's number, which is a bit strange.
Did Dekker call Nathan the day he was murdered? I should ask Nathan. It's not gonna let me ask him that today. Okay. Try and talk it out with Ben.
Good choice. I'll go and see Ben to see if I can get him to call off the dogs. I have no idea what's gotten into him. Perhaps it's his mum.
What's Mum got to do with it? What can you tell me about Dekker's patients? Who or what is Cthulhu? What happened to Dekker's class and Alderby's video? What's up with Ben's
She was
mum?
cuddling him like he was 6. He's 25.
Interesting. What happened to the glass?
It's smashed.
Thanks for pointing out the obvious. I couldn't hear that.
Most of the patients are suspects, according to the police. Almost all the patients are referred. Some of them are privates, but Dr. Dekker didn't introduce any of them.
Okay. Let's
So
say
you
this.
watched the tapes. Gold star for you.
Are you going to answer the question now?
David Hunt,
I can change my skin.
then Skins.
Dr. Dekker dated his patients.
I had a hot date.
They went out for drinks.
I took photos of Jessica.
Dr. Dekker did
On
phone
Valentine's Day.
and ask me for Nathan's number.
There was a girl there.
Am I wrong to keep the locket?
I'm allowed to talk to her, aren't I?
He was preoccupied with finding
Photographs.
patterns.
Rocking chair.
I haven't
I'm
been back
worried
to the
about
beach
like
since
what
A bit of a
ending
shaky
we're
move,
leading
where I find
towards.
something
I set fire
beautiful in the sea.
to Hannah's clothes in the garden.
I dug the grave.
I wish I'd said goodbye.
Dr. Dekker cursed me.
It didn't weigh enough to have a body in it.
Oh, Doctor, you surprised me. Reminds me of Officer Yates. Did I ever mention I had a special friend in the police force? Nah, it's not something you drop politely into a conversation. He's been doing some digging and he's found a couple things. There's a crime scene report that goes into all the gory details and another report that's about a patient you're seeing today, Claire. I'll put them both on the desk for you. And thanks for the grief counselling, by the way. It's really been helping, you know, I'm so glad you're here.
Spiked. Okay. Professor Warwick. Interesting, that's a new person. Let's see. Arrest report says Claire killed David. I've underlined some things to ask her about. I wonder if Bryce buried David. What happened with Ben? Ask patients about the paper spike. Too much to do today. Okay, let's check this out first. Can I scroll down on this? No. So I can only read what's showing here. The statement of Christian Weber, police officer 7691. To the best of my knowledge, this statement is true. I understand I may be prosecuted if I've stated anything that I know to be untrue. Signed and dated 9th of November. At 2040 hours on Tuesday 8th November, myself and PC 9725 Holt responded to a call received from a neighbor at the Bower House, Weston Park Avenue, concerning a reported disturbance. We arrived at the address and knocked on the front door, but there was no reply. We then examined the rear of the property and gained entry through insecure patio doors. We entered the property through the store and I announced myself by shouting police, but did not hear any response. We searched the premises. Upon entering the dining room, I saw a female seated next to a man who was lying on the ground. The man did not appear to be conscious. Both persons were drenched in blood, and there was a substantial amount of blood on the carpet, walls, and furniture. I noted what appeared to be a steak knife on the floor, which was also covered in blood. At this point, I asked the woman to put her hands on her head, which she did. PC Holt secured the female while I checked the man for signs of life, but found none. I asked the woman her name, and she identified herself to me as Claire Castleford. I asked if she knew the dead man, and she said he was her husband, David Castleford. I asked what happened, and she said that she had killed him. Following a search by PC Holt, which revealed no other persons present at the house, I said to Castleford at 20:52 hours you are under arrest on suspicion of murder. I then cautioned her and placed her in the back of the police car for transportation to Weston Park Police Station, where I relayed the circumstances of the arrest to PC2354 Hill, who authorized her. Okay? And the crime scene report. Crime scene report summary case number 2211084, 14th of February 2017, titled Dekker, first name none, last name Dekker. Position of victim. The victim was located in his office, seated on a chair behind the desk, soaked in blood with an obvious chest wound. Possible murder weapons. Paper spike, desk accessory, 150 millimeters long, protruding from the approximate region of the victim's heart. Coroner's initial findings. Estimated from liver temperature measurements to be between 8:30 and 10:30 p.m. on February 14th, 2017. Note that the victim's body was reportedly discovered at 10:20 p.m. on February 14th. Okay. Who is Professor Warwick? What can I ask you about? Who are you? Cool. We'll start at the bottom and go up. Actually, we'll knock out Nathan and Elin, and then we'll go up from there. How you doing today?
I burned the photos of Hannah. It didn't work. I suppose because the loss was superficial. The next thing I burned was the rocking chair. That worked. I've been getting rid of her stuff ever since. There was a day when I attacked a Salvation Army bin, but I gave in.
Okay. What happened with the bin?
I accidentally put Hannah's diary into a Salvation Army donation bin. They're like huge post boxes with a circular tray that makes sure things spill to the bottom. I tried to get in to get it back, but I gave up.
Did you read it?
I read the last few weeks of Hannah's diary a while ago. I must have accidentally dropped in some clothes for the Salvation Army bin. It's funny, because I wasn't going to read it. She said she'd fallen out of love with me. That she was going to break off the engagement.
Ouch.
That she didn't love me anymore. I regretted it.
Yeah, that's, oof.
I regretted that I mourned for Hannah so long. I regret the grief. I regret all the days I slept through because of it. Had I known she didn't love me anymore, things would have been different.
What the hell?
I'm a bit angry now. If I had that day over again, I may just still pull out in front of the driver.
My chat not working. That's weird. Interesting. I saw a stream avatar's tag show up, which generally means someone typed in chat, but my chat isn't showing anything. Seems like everything's fine though. What else can you tell me about Dekker?
I've told you all I know about Dr. Dekker. He started out good, then turned a bit crazy towards the end. When you start giving people more problems as a therapist, that's a bit crazy.
Fair. Way to give you.
I started out with depression. Now I seem to repeat days.
Gonna
Even
run
if
to
you
the
don't
store.
believe
Okay,
the repeat
Mitchie.
days, then I clearly have extra mental
You
health
two have
problems
fun.
he's given me.
I will be here trying to solve a murder with Cthulhu involved.
I think that he possibly cursed other people, a bit like he cursed me. Sometimes you could see he was bursting to tell me about it, but he couldn't. He was ecstatic with power.
Hey, how did he curse you?
Curse, or remembered. I was hoping he'd forget. It's going to sound crazy. Dr. Dekker said I would never be able to move forward until I came to terms with my grief. And so from this point on, I started to relive the same day over and over again until I made something of it. I believed him.
Why did you
I
believe
didn't want
him?
to believe him. I remember I said, you can't just say things and they happen. He laughed and laughed. I think he was going mad. He said he'd give me a demonstration. He held his
Demonstration.
hand outstretched and told me to look at the flame. There was no flame, and then there was. He was holding a flame in his hand that had come out of nowhere. And he tried to hypnotize me to make me forget it.
That was a terrible effect. Why did he want you to forget?
He'd become bored of me, so I got much of my insight from calls or messages he'd take during our sessions. I think because he hypnotized me, he didn't want to play with me anymore, so I got basic therapist.
Remember
I
the
didn't
flame.
forget seeing the flame. He wanted me to forget it all, but I didn't. For whatever reason, he couldn't undo what he'd done. I was scared. I pretended like the hypnosis had worked.
Do you know about the paper spike?
I didn't notice Dr. Dekker had a paper spike. I haven't really seen more than a foot in front of me since Hannah died.
Hey, why were you
I was
scared?
scared what Dr. Dekker would do to me if he found out I still knew. So I had to play along, keep coming to the sessions, pretend I hadn't seen what he'd done. It was awful, because I was suffering through the same days over and over again, but I couldn't talk to him about it, because he'd know.
Interesting. Okay, what's basic
He
therapist?
told me lots of people get depression, to become more active, see more people. And although he wouldn't always be there to listen, Jaya would be.
Did he push you off on his assist? Wait a minute.
I talked to her quite a lot. I'm not sure how many days of that she'd remember. She seemed to care, which is more I can say for Dekker.
Nathan says he talked to Jay a lot. I should ask her. Yeah, let's talk about
Maybe
Hannah.
not talk about Hannah anymore. And thanks for the dating advice, by the way.
Has it
I
been
signed up for a
working?
dating website. It's a bit easy, to be honest. If I message something they don't like, I change it when the day replays. It's not very honest.
Yeah, that's kind of scummy in a way.
If I'm being honest, I'd probably rather ask out one of the patients I've seen here. The friendly redhead with the accent.
No, 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 no. Nathan, bad. I'm not gonna ask that. I don't think he killed Dekker.
I'm okay, I suppose. Works fine. Hilda's fading fast. Terry's Terry. I feel a bit sad, to be honest. I gave all my keepsakes back.
Actually, now that I'm thinking about this, why didn't they just do like... Why didn't they just like check for fingerprints on the paper spike to see who touched it? Why'd you get the keepsakes back?
Thought about it, and well, I know you said it was okay that I should keep them, but
Yeah, I said that
maybe it
before
did look a bit
you
suspicious.
mentioned the skin changing
Things
thing.
that have belonged to patients who've died in my care. I don't want people to get the wrong idea about me. The locket, the watch, the ring, even the little bird Sarah Dekker gave me. I wasn't supposed to mention her.
Who the hell is Sarah Dekker?
Dr. Dekker's mother. She was one of my first patients, but she died a while ago.
Interesting. How's
Terry
Terry?
seems to have backed down since I gave the keepsakes back. Actually, it doesn't seem like she's been very well. Not her usual self. Maybe she's got a bug or something.
I don't like this Eldritch
I
being
know it's silly,
nonsense.
but those things meant a lot to me. They were reminders that I'd helped those people.
How's Hilda?
Hilda's nearing the end. She's been sleeping a lot, not eating much. She hasn't been that argumentative either. Although, she did give me a vicious scratch yesterday.
Why'd she scratch you?
Nothing. I was just trying to give her meds. It's hard, you know? I'm trying to help her, but she keeps fighting me. It'll be better after she's seen her daughter. I've decided I'm going to do it tonight. She hasn't got much time left.
God, that reminds me of when I was inpatient the third time. One of the people that I shared a room with was very argumentative and didn't want to take his meds and got very violent with the doctors, and they had to fucking sedate him to calm him down.
You know the answer to that, Doctor. What have we been talking about? What can I do for Hilda that will make it all better?
You're gonna change your appearance to her daughter.
That's the plan. I know, it sounds unbelievable, like I'm making it up. I wish I could prove it to you somehow. We could try shifting now.
Okay.
Think of someone you really love. It might help if you close your eyes. Are you thinking of them? Can you picture them? Okay, hold on. sorry. I don't think it's going to work.
Why not?
On the bright side, that probably means you're not going to die anytime soon.
It's a comforting thing. What do you say when you shift? What's my note? I already know what she's planning on doing.
Tricky. I mean, I'll sound exactly like Hilda's daughter, but I try and keep it vague because I don't become her. I don't know what she would really say. I say things like, it's okay, don't be scared, I love you, Mum, or I love you, Dad. But it doesn't really matter what their relationship's like because it's not really them. I always do the Disney version. The best, most loving version. That's what my patients want to hear. And maybe deep down they know it's not the truth, but it's got to be better than the reality.
Do you know about the papers?
It's true then. I'd heard Dr. Dekker was stabbed, but I didn't know for sure. It's weird that whoever did it would choose the paper spike.
Why is that weird?
Dr. Dekker used to play with it in our sessions sometimes. You know, pick it up, handle it while we talked. I remember once, he pushed the spike through his skin. Yeah, this bit here between his thumb and his finger. He said he didn't think I'd mind the sight of blood being a nurse and all that, but actually, there wasn't any.
Part of me is assuming this is a suicide.
I was a bit freaked out. At first, I thought it was a trick. A magic trick, you know? Like some kind of therapeutic test. Show the patient this retractable spike and see how they react. But it wasn't. The spike was real.
You know.
Dr. Dekker gave me the paper spike to try. It wasn't fake. It was pretty sharp, actually. I don't know how he did it. He said he just thought that it wouldn't hurt him, so it didn't. Does it really matter if it isn't the truth? Isn't it worth it if it brings them peace? Tell me honestly, Doctor, do you really think that what I'm doing is wrong?
That's such a complex question. Is it wrong to lie to someone who's about to die if it gives them peace? Is it? I mean, they're dying. They're not going to remember anyways. Fuck, I don't know. Such a fucking moral dilemma question. I mean, in a way, yes, it's wrong. But at the same time, I think most people would rather go out peacefully. And they don't say anything, so I guess no, it's not wrong.
Good. Because I really feel this is something I have to do.
Why didn't you want me to know about Sarah?
It just makes things complicated, doesn't it? I knew Dr. Dekker's mother before I started seeing Dr. Dekker. She's dead, and now he's dead. I'm sure you're going to have a field day with it.
No, not exactly. Alright. Don't want to talk to you. I don't like talking to you. There's definitely something wrong with her, though. How are you today?
I'm okay. Thanks for asking. It's rent day, and I always feel a little blue on rent day.
Boy, I know that feeling. What's rent day?
Rent day is the day I pay rent to my landlady.
Eh? Any more blackouts?
I've had no blackouts, and I haven't been to the beach since our last session. But I think I will today. Do you want to come with me to the beach?
How about no?
Doctor, I think you're getting a little anxious. If you ever wanted to visit the beach, you can just turn up. It's not mine.
Where you mentioned sun beautiful,
You've got a
right?
good memory, Doctor. Let's talk dreams. Sometimes I'll dream about a light, deep in the ocean somewhere. I head towards it because it's warm and glowing, like a beacon. And when I'm at the bottom, it's the most beautiful thing. Like a welcoming sun. Like I'm home. And then I wake up.
Why a beacon?
It's so beautiful. It calls me. It's like I'm in a trance. What does the dream mean, Doctor?
Beanskatoo is trying to capture your ass. Mariana's dream could be many things, a metaphor for her current issues, searching for sun, or maybe she's making it up. Searching for sun?
Yes. I hate being in the same place for too long. Maybe I'm always searching for paradise or something.
Gonna let me ask the other ones? No. Okay.
Dr. Dekker used to put my checks on that thing. I guess someone thought they weren't getting value for money. I actually don't have a lot of money. Sometimes a therapy check would bounce, but Dr. Dekker would be okay with it. Oh, my checks are fine though, don't worry. I'm not broke. Men buy me drinks at bars though. Sometimes I'll get away with not paying at restaurants. Isn't that how it is for everybody?
No, it's not. Quite the opposite.
I mainly like drive-thrus. I don't like crowds, and I find it difficult to stay in the same place for too long. I guess I'm a fidget.
You don't like crowds, yet you go to nightclubs.
Crowds at nightclubs and bars are different. The lights are dim. You can slink around without attracting too much attention. Sometimes I'll kiss a guy in a club, and then he just follows me. Wherever I go. It's creepy. I don't want everyone seeing that.
Where do people follow you?
Follow me. Wherever I go. Anywhere. Where do you think they follow me, Doctor?
Probably to the fucking beach. Guess where people follow her, what happens after they follow her?
It depends where they follow me. If they follow me home, they bang on the door for an hour or so, then leave. Other places, they just disappear. I don't see them again.
Yeah, what do you mean they
They
disappear?
don't just disappear into thin air. I think they return to the place I found them. But I've not run into the same person twice.
Who's eating them? Let's talk to Bryce. Because we still got that thing on Claire. We'll save her for last. How you doing today, bud?
Hello, Doctor. I've been thinking about our last session, and I just wanted you to know that I'm not a bad person. I know taking naked photographs is wrong.
Definitely.
But you don't know what it's like until you face the same temptation. I'm assuming you don't know what it's like.
What do you
Do
mean?
you have an extra hour, Doctor?
Bud. Consent fucking matters. I don't care if everybody's frozen. You don't do that shit. Fucking jeez.
Thank God for that. There's someone else in my hour. A hooded figure. Watching me and following me.
Well, that's interesting.
I followed it too.
Where did you follow it?
Whatever it is that's following me, it doesn't want to catch me yet. If I move towards it, it runs away. And when I follow it past temptations. A bar brawl, an open till, an open bedroom window. Like it's testing me.
Interesting. Tell me about the bar.
I split the brawl up.
Okay. Figured. Open till.
I did nothing. I'm not stealing anymore.
Okay, good for you. The bedroom window, though.
I looked in. Watching other people is somehow built into our genes, Doctor. There was an old woman in bed. I went inside. Her bed covers were smoking. I think she'd fallen asleep holding a cigarette. I took the covers and put them in the bath. She'd have died otherwise. And no, I didn't take any pictures.
Well, seems like all 3 occasions you did something good. Who's the hooded figure?
I don't know who it is. My initial thought was that it was you. That I told you about my affliction and somehow you'd got it too. Now I think maybe it's the military or some organization that wants to use the hour themselves. Maybe it's Dr. Dekker risen from the dead. I need to talk to you about him.
Do you have info? Well, we'll wait on that. Why would the military be following you?
I'm surprised I haven't been approached earlier. I mean, my skills in the military. Special ops would be a breeze, wouldn't it? Waltz in past everyone during the midnight hour, get whatever you want, and return to friendly soil. It also makes me think that they might already know all of that, and that they want to get rid of me in case I tell anyone else. Would you do something for me if they get me?
I mean, you seem like a decent enough person. Yeah, I'll do something for you.
Would you tell Jessica I love her? She didn't really know me that well, but I did love her. And also, there's a hard drive in the bottom drawer of my drinks cabinet. Please destroy it. Please, don't look at it.
Feeling I know what's on that. Did you bury David Casper?
I'm actually a classically trained pallbearer. There are a lot of health and safety considerations. Not everybody can do it. Well, properly at least. Occasionally I step in if the funeral director is short-shouldered. I do remember her face. She wasn't upset in the usual way. She seemed agitated. Her husband must have been a giant. The coffin was so heavy. I remember because aft port side sprained his ankle. That and he wasn't lifting correctly.
That's interesting. I'll ask you to do
I
something.
have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, Doctor. I saw Claire Castleford's husband in the coffin myself before carrying him to the grave. He is in the ground. I'm sure it wouldn't take much for the police to get an order to have him exhumed. Just make sure it's done on Tuesday morning when I'm off.
As I say, I should tell Claire Bryce says her husband is in the ground. Okay, tell me about the paper
Dr.
spike.
Dekker frequently used that paper spike on his desk as an example. I'm sure he did it with the other patients too. He'd make me look at it, touch the point to see how sharp it was. He'd tell me that because I think it's sharp, it will hurt me. But if I thought it was nothing, it could pass right through my hand.
Did you try that?
I spied on Dr. Dekker, not long before he was murdered. I'm not sure I should tell you what I saw in his basement.
Hold up. Sounds important. What did you see?
I'd been feeling uneasy with Dr. Dekker for some time. I mentioned how he'd changed before, so I began spying on him at home. One night, the basement door was open, and Dekker was returning upstairs. I skipped past him, and there she was, a girl. It was difficult to tell. It was dark, and she was chained.
What the fuck?
I removed the chains, dressed her, and sat her in the police station. There's no evidence, though. No evidence of what he'd done. But she was free. I saved her. I'm not evil. I destroyed evil.
Bryce says he took the girl in Dekker's basement to a police station. Let's try Warwick. Who are you?
Professor Warwick, I'm a physicist. Where's Dr. Dekker?
Oh, you're another patient then, right? He's dead.
Is he really? Actually dead? Not a worthy adversary after all, then?
The hell do you mean by that?
Dr. Dekker challenged me. He tried to use my theories against me. Quantum theories. Do you really want to know? Dekker's eyes used to glaze over whenever we talked about
Okay, I'm interested. Let's talk.
He didn't believe in quantum physics. As if it's something that you can optionally believe in. Well, it started with an experiment.
Okay. What experiment?
Have you heard of quantum suicide, Doctor?
Is this an actual thing? Hold on, let me look this up. Is this a real thing? Quantum suicide is a thought experiment in quantum mechanics and the philosophy of physics. Reportedly, it can falsify any interpretation of quantum mechanics other than the ever-at-many worlds interpretation by means of a variation in the Schrodinger's cat thought experiment from the cat's point of view. So... usually refers to, in a classical sense, a person who is lucky enough to survive in any incident in the world. Such a quantity of luckiness is even big enough to keep that person away from the aging of the human body. That is, in fact, when we say that one becomes immortal. So it is basically like Schrodinger's cat, but you're the cat. You're both alive and dead at the same time, unless somebody observes. We'll say we have
Quantum
it.
suicide is a thought experiment that tries to explain the many worlds theory. You're looking at me blankly. I can see that you don't understand. I knew you wouldn't. Alternate universes. Essentially, if I were to shoot myself, then in some alternate universe, I'd still be alive. Now imagine if I could actually choose that universe. I'm taking a product off a supermarket shelf. Well, I simply applied that logic to something different.
Okay. I follow you.
Gambling. I set up an experiment whereby I would visit a casino and place a very large bet at a roulette table. Now, I would always bet on odd. Now, the results of this particular experiment were mundane. I won as many times as you would expect according to the laws of probability, but then I changed a parameter.
What do you mean? What did you change?
Quantum suicide required a loss of life to make it a realistic thought experiment. So I simply upped the stakes. Now, every time I bet on odd, I would place everything I had on that one spin of the wheel, and it worked. Well, for a while.
One second, chat. I need to do a thing. Why'd the game experiment stop working?
Dr. Dekker killed it, and I can't get it back.
How did he kill it?
Well, my theory, quantum gambling. If the stakes are high enough, you will win every time by simply shifting your consciousness into that branch that wins. It's tricky, but it can be done. Dr. Dekker didn't like that. He saw me becoming rich and powerful, and he hated that. That's why he proffered the hangman's paradox.
Okay, what's Hangman's paradox?
Well, imagine a judge sentences you to death. Now, it will be Monday or Tuesday next week, but it will be a surprise. Well, which day do you think you'll be executed?
Doesn't matter, because...
Well, Monday does seem likely, yes. Because if you're still alive on Monday at midnight, then Tuesday won't be a surprise. But if you're sure that it's Monday, then that won't be a surprise either, will it? Dekker tricked me. He told me that sometime in the future I would lose a bet, that I would lose all of my money.
I see what he's doing.
Because I had quantum gambling on my side and it was working. But he unnerved me. He made me doubt myself. And then it happened. Recently, I lost everything that I'd managed to build up since Vanessa left me.
Okay, why would he hate you to become rich?
Honestly? Well, I think he feared quantum physics. He didn't like things being explained in terms of science. Almost as if he'd have preferred chaos.
I got enough out of you. Jaya, hello, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm ready for my grief counselling. I emailed you Mariana's address. I don't know why you'd want it. I suppose you're going to start doing home visits now, like Dr. Dekker?
When did I ever ask for that?
Doctor, if you don't want it, don't text me and ask for it. It's all right. I don't mind doing menial tasks for you. Someone has to do them.
Yeah, problem. I never asked for her thing.
Yes, Dr. Dekker started doing home visits for Mariana. He said she couldn't concentrate properly in his office. I hope you're not thinking of doing the same thing. I need you right where I can see you.
Just Mariana about Dekker's home visit. He's spying on me.
Checks and balances, Doctor. Somebody needs to be watching the watchman, so to speak. Make sure you're helping, not hindering.
Dekker helping or
He
hindering?
probably did his fair share of helping and hindering. He was definitely helping in the beginning, but then seemed to lose sight of things.
How do you lose
I
sight?
think he was so overwhelmed by the patients he was getting. His curiosity just got the better of him. There was a definite turning point.
What's the turning point?
Somewhere around the time Professor Alderby turned up, that seemed to unsettle him. And then we had a flood of extra weird patients. I think it was all too much for him. I think I misjudged him. I hope you deal with it better.
As long as we don't have Alderby coming near us. Any news on Ben?
I think that's all settled now. We are agreeing to pay Ben £5,000 and he's agreeing not to say anything about what he saw.
Oh, that's fine. What did he say, though?
He thought he saw a creature coming out of Dr. Dekker's mouth. Well, at least that's the reason he's given for not emptying the bins that night. Either way, it's not the kind of publicity that we need. Shiny, happy, sane people.
Right. Shiny, happy, sane. Anything else to share
Some
about
mornings I
Dekker?
come into work and still expect him to be here. Sometimes it feels like he actually is here, watching over me. We had a connection. It's gone now, though. You can't have a connection with the dead, can you? Not for too long, anyway.
Kind of connection.
Dr. Dekker asked me to have dinner with him for Valentine's. I refused, obviously, because you don't sleep where you eat or something like that. But it was flattering, especially with competition like Mariana around.
Is she competition?
Sorry, I didn't mean I was competing.
I
was happy
phrase.
Mariana was going out with him. I didn't want to be romantic with him. We had a stronger connection than that. Dr. Dekker and I shared some philosophy. We'd both read The Cult of the Kinetic Mind, and we agreed with a lot of what it said. Have you read that book, Doctor?
No, I haven't. What's it about?
In Cult of the Kinetic Mind, the author suggests that everyone is capable of psychokinesis and that the cult leaders specifically had these powers that turned their followers into disciples. It's not a fun read, but if you're into psychology, it's a blast.
Interesting.
Psychokinesis is the ability to change the physical world without actually touching it, just by using your mind. It's not just about bending spoons. It covers all sorts of things like telepathy, telekinesis, telesabalas. Shoot me, I'm a Kojak fan.
Okay. Do you believe in it?
Like I said, all those cool things are in Cult of the Kinetic Mind, apart from Kojak, obviously. If you ever get a patient who thinks they can change the world with just their mind, then duck, just in case they can. But seriously, do a whole load of shrinking and make them better. Whether you believe in psychokinesis or not, you'll need to figure out your approach with those that do.
I mean, that's fair, yeah. It's not wrong. What'd you do on Valentine's
I was at
instead?
home on my lonesome, Doctor, like I said before.
Okay. Here's such. Talk about the paper
It's
spike.
in that police report that I gave to you. You should really take a look at it.
I've already looked at it. I wanted to hear your thoughts on it.
Grief is such a strange word if you keep saying it. Grief, grief, grief. It sounds like somebody's being whipped. And you're gonna ask me how I feel today?
I already did.
How do you make people who think they have special powers better? Do you remain passive and support, encourage them, take them away?
I would say encourage to an extent.
To deepen their affliction? I wouldn't. No, not at all in my experience. Dr. Dekker had an unusual number of patients who claimed psychokinesis. Either he'd been specifically looking for them or someone had been sending them.
Somebody.
It's entirely possible that someone is targeting this practice with psychokinetic patients. To what end, I don't know. It's no coincidence that most psychokinetic patients are diagnosed as insane, or at least temporarily insane. It's a handy diagnosis if you're facing criminal prosecution, especially if it's for murder.
For real? Yeah, let's talk to her about this.
I didn't really speak to Nathan that much at all, but I have this strange feeling that I know him really well. I can't quite put my finger on it.
She like half remembers things. You know about Dekker's mother.
Dr. Dekker did send me to see his mother once. She was dying in a nursing home and he didn't want to see her. I remember him calling her a manipulative, evil old hag. He told me
Damn.
not to ask any more questions after that.
Why couldn't she concentrate?
Honestly, I think Dr. Dekker had a bit of a crush on Mariana, or vice versa. I'm not really sure. There's some footage from their home sessions if you want to see them.
Oh, hello, that's interesting. Show me it.
That was a joke, Doctor. I guess we found our level.
Fucking don't bring it up like that. I don't mind that one. Alright, Claire, hello. Got some
I've
things
been to
to
the
talk
lake house
to you about.
regularly, keeping an eye on David. I saw the girl again, the one I told you about. She was playing outside.
What do you know about the paper spike?
Paper spike is an odd thing to use as a weapon. I suppose if it went directly into the heart, it might work. Or through his eye, or perhaps through the ear into his brain. Or was it just a frenzied, bloody mess of a murder? Do you know, Doctor?
You thought about that way too hard.
It makes for interesting reading, doesn't it? I can tell you're dying to ask me about it. Fire away.
Okay, let's talk about your police report. Says you're arrested
That's what it says.
for murder.
I can see you're confused. The police say that David is dead, fatally wounded when I stabbed him. The coroner says that David is dead. Everyone says that David is dead. There was even a funeral. But I know he's alive.
How could you have a funeral if
He's
he's
buried
not
at Hanley
dead?
Church. You can go see for yourself. There's even a headstone. One of your other patients was a pallbearer. I never forget her face. You should ask him.
Yeah, I've already done that one. Do you intend to fail
David wanted to have a
him?
talk about our relationship. Not something any married person wants to hear. He said he'd been with Iris for about a year and that he loved her. He said he didn't love me anymore, which I know is a lie. You don't just fall out of love with somebody. I reacted badly. I grabbed the nearest weapon I could find, which happened to be the steak knife, and stabbed him with it. There was so much blood. I instantly regretted it. So I fixed him.
You fixed him?
It was about a week later. I brought David back to life. Not with voodoo, not with virginal sacrifice. I just willed it to happen, and it did. Dr. Dekker told me it was possible, but only if you're not buried. He says once you're in the ground, there's no coming back. But until then, you have a chance at resurrection. Yes, resurrection. But now that I've seen the results, I don't
There's so
think
much
there's anything
stuff
holy about
here.
it. I think reanimation is more an accurate term. Like, I'm an evil necromancer raising things from the dead. I think his brain was already decaying during the week that he was dead. Important bits. So when I brought him back to life, I didn't heal him completely. Just gave him life in the state he was in. I mean, he's hunting and killing things and trying to roast them on fires he can only light with matches, but that's about it. He's your basic Neanderthal. So I have a problem.
Yeah, that's definitely a problem.
I'm being charged with murder because the police don't know he's still alive, and I can't get David to vouch for me for obvious reasons. I think it would raise quite a few more questions than answers, which is why I'm hoping that you'd be able to help me.
How do you want me to help you in this situation?
Considering the circumstances, I'd be grateful if you could see your way to declaring me temporarily insane at the time of the murder, to lessen my sentence. Because I'm not a killer, but I can't prove otherwise.
I mean...
You don't still think I'm a killer, do you, Doctor?
You kinda are a killer.
At worst, it's manslaughter. I didn't mean to kill him, I just stabbed him a bit. And although he was dead for a week, I brought him back to life. Does this mean you won't help me? Was I temporarily insane? I'm going to pretend that I didn't hear that. Let's have a few more sessions before you seal our fates. Or is it that you want something else? Like Dr. Dekker did.
Oh? Hey, if you give me info...
Dr. Dekker teased me mercilessly about my electability. He didn't believe I'd reanimated David. Once, he presented me with a dead mouse and commanded me to give it life again. I didn't, of course. It's not something I'd throw around lightly. He changed his mind about me eventually. And then he mentioned the girl.
The girl in his basement?
He told me he'd locked up a girl in the basement of his house. Just for me. And he asked me to reanimate her. It was Iris. I said I couldn't reanimate something that wasn't dead, and he said that wouldn't be a problem. So I agreed. I just played along. I was hoping it wasn't real. I assumed it wasn't real.
Jesus
He was
Christ.
offering me what I wanted. A temporary insanity diagnosis.
Claire says the girl in Dekker's basement was Iris.
It didn't happen. Dr. Dekker called me from his house to cancel. He was furious. He said that Iris had escaped, and he blamed me for it. He said that I must have set her free after he told me about her. I knew it was all lies anyways. He was obviously titillating himself by reprimanding me. He knew I'd never want to speak to Iris again, so I couldn't prove it either way.
Interesting. Changed his
Dr.
mind.
Dekker asked if I could prove David wasn't dead, so I took him to the lake house. He saw that I was telling the truth. I can take you to see him too, if you like. Would you like to see David, Doctor?
I mean, that would help prove your case.
Very well. In our next session. Bryce was a pallbearer for David. He's also a gravedigger, I believe.
I already knew that, though.
Smuggling a body out of a funeral can be difficult, unless you pay the right people.
Did she pay him off? Analysis complete.
You can stop looking at me like that. You've made me do this. And don't try and escape. You're all tied up.
What?
Now tell me the truth. Is this a dream?
What the fuck? No?
That's the wrong answer, Doctor. This is most definitely a dream. Now, tell me, do you believe that people can have kinetic powers?
No.
I think you like it when I hurt you, Doctor. That's a worrying sign. People
I believe the
obviously
fifth.
have kinetic powers. That's how I'm here, testing you. Now, how do we treat people with kinetic powers? Do we encourage them or do we discourage them?
Well, you see.
Oh, Doctor, how disappointing. We've been through this already. Encouraging them to use their power just makes them worse. That's what Dr. Dekker did. Look at him now. I thought you were different. Oh, I thought we'd get on, but I'm wrong. Enjoy your sleep, Doctor.
That was weird.
There's someone else in my hour.
I brought David back to life.
I removed the chains, dressed her.
It was Iris.
We could try shifting now.
Would you like to see David, Doctor?
Sorry.
We both read The Cult of the Kinetic Mind.
I'm not broke.
It's no coincidence that most psychokinetic patients are
Grateful if you could see your way to declaring me
insane, or at least
temporarily insane.
There was no flame. And then there was.
I'll kiss a guy,
I pretended like the hypnosis had worked.
and then he just follows me
Can we maybe not talk about Hannah anymore?
wherever I go.
I may just still pull out in front of the driver.
Act 4 Dreams. How many acts is
Morning,
this game?
Doctor. You're looking a bit unwell. Are they getting you all wound up? Well, have a look at this. I found it in Dropbox. Apparently, Dr. Dekker lent Mariana some money. Sounds dodgy, doesn't it?
Little bit.
I also got the toxicology report back from Officer Yates, and shocker, Dr. Dekker had... Sorry, you just have to read it. I should have spoiler alert tattooed on my forehead. And can we not do the grief counselling thing today? I'm all sorts of behind on work and I'm getting more stressed out watching it all pile up. If you need anything though, I'm here.
Oh, hello. Well, real quick, before we go talk to people, I want to see how many acts this game is. Five acts. Okay, we could finish this game up today then. What's this? What dream is that? Jaya thinks I should tell all the patients I can stop their problems. Perhaps I should avoid her till later. Well, now we have Glynn and Scarlet. Okay. I want to save her for later. Same with Jaya. Start with Nathan, though. Oh, right. I fucking need to look at things. Toxicology report. Regional Laboratory Services Toxicology Analysis. Report by J.M. Clausen. Name Dr. Dekker. Sex male. Toxicology number 639-1021. Blood. Alcohol. Ethanol positive. Acetone negative. It's isopropanol negative. Methanol negative. Drugs. Benzodiazepines positive. That what one of the other people is on? Loan agreement. Loan amount £15,000. Arrangement fee £1. Interest amount 0%. Term 36 months. By signing this agreement, the borrower agrees to accept the sum of the loan amount and to repay the loan amount in full within the terms stated. The sum of the loan will be transferred by the lender into an account designated by the borrower within 14 days of signing the agreement. It is agreed that the loan shall attract no interest, and in lieu of accruing interest, the lender has agreed to the payment of the arrangement fee, which is due before transfer of the loan amount. The lender also agrees to consider the loan repaid in full should they die or become subject to any power of attorney agreement, as long as this event occurs within the term of the agreement. So she technically had motive. Alright, hello Nathan, how are you?
I'm feeling good. I ran into one of your other patients.
God damn it.
Mariana. She's beautiful. I think we might go on a date.
No. No, 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 no. Bad.
Temazepam is the same sleeping pill Dr. Dekker prescribed me. Why would he mix those with alcohol? People are such idiots. Which reminds me, that truck driver died.
Which truck driver?
The truck driver that ran into Hannah. He was divorced, apparently. He killed himself. He mixed sleeping pills with alcohol too, but he died in his garage.
How did he die?
I read it in the paper. He'd been drinking. Then he took the sleeping pills. Then he went into his garage and put the hose pipe through his window. Not until he put his daughter in the seat first. It's one of those newspaper stories you read and you hope it says he leaves behind his wife and 7-year-old daughter. But his daughter was in the car. Do you know I wrote him a letter?
What did you write him?
Dr. Dekker told me one of the ways to get through my grief would be to write a letter to the truck driver. I tried to forgive him. I know it was my fault. But the thing that made me feel best was blaming him. I think maybe he killed himself because of me. Do you think I'm to blame, Doctor?
There's no way to know, so I'll say no.
His daughter's picture was in the paper. Molly.
Hey, tell me about her.
Ever since I saw a picture in the paper, I've started thinking I could see her. Out of the corner of my eye. Like she's watching me. Crazy, right?
I'm not gonna lie, I almost didn't see the kid on the left.
Alcohol isn't something I usually notice on people until they're slurring and weaving around. Was Dr. Dekker an alcoholic? Probably. I never saw him drink, though. What are you trying to do most? Cure his patients or find out who killed him?
Both.
It's been nice chatting with you, don't get me wrong, but I can't help but feel you're mainly interested in finding out about the old doctor. I suppose you already know Dr. Dekker thought one of his patients was trying to kill him.
Why do you think
He
that?
told me in one of our sessions, which was later rewound, that someone had been leaving him messages on his prescription pad. Not good messages. He didn't tell me anything specifically, just death threats. It was one of his many rants. I just sat there quietly, hoping he wasn't going to try and hypnotize me again. I asked him if it was a boy or a girl's handwriting. He said he knew who it was, and that they'd be in trouble. I think he was bluffing.
Interesting.
My solicitors assured me that I wouldn't have to discuss anything about my trial with you, so I'm not going to. Concentrate on my state of mind, and let me worry about other things.
Okay, they're not gonna give that info out willingly. Okay. You get to wait. You get to wait. Let's do Elin. How are you doing today?
Hilda died last night. I was there. Well, I was there as her daughter. It was nice. She had a good death. She got to say what she wanted to say.
You're way too happy about people dying, and that makes me uncomfortable.
Hilda was Hilda to the end. I was the doting daughter. Don't worry, everything's going to be okay. I love you, Mum. Then Hilda, with almost her last breath, looks me straight in the eye and says, "Don't let them take Amelia."
Who the hell's Amelia?
Most people have taken sleeping pills at some time or another, haven't they? It's probably quite easy to get hold of them. Although, I have to get a doctor to sign a prescription if I need any at work. It's probably the same for Jaya.
That's fair. Dekker ever drink
Dr.
alcohol?
Dekker drank a bit. I mean, I didn't say anything about it, but well, it's not very professional, is it? I mean, it's not like he was drunk. Must be very stressful being a therapist. Do you find it stressful, Doctor?
I probably would.
I can tell just by looking at you. This job has really taken its toll on you.
Let's talk about Jaya.
Jaya seems really nice. I don't know why she'd want to work in a place like this.
Wow, fucking rude.
I just mean, get all these weird people coming here. I mean, I've met some of them out in the waiting room. I know they're just people, but a couple of them have seriously given me the creeps.
You know, you count as part of the Weird People Club.
She's the slightly older one, isn't she? Always well dressed? Yes, her. I'm pretty good at picking up on people's energy, and hers is cold. Actually, I think I sort of know her. Claire Castleford, isn't it? Apparently, she attacked her husband or something.
Still think about Dekker.
I think of Dr. Dekker every time one of my patients dies. It makes me remember how he didn't care about his mum. He was a good therapist. He was a lousy son.
Yeah, that's fair. Let's do Bryce, Claire, Glenn, Scarlet. How you doing today?
I'm fine. I'm worried. My pursuer in the hour, he's definitely military. I've developed a new skill to deal with him.
Oh boy. What'd you do?
It's more of an old skill I'm bringing back to life. A while ago, when I was feeling pretty low, I teleported into this office to get some antidepressants. But last night, my pursuer approached me, drawing something from his jacket. I had nowhere to go. I remembered I could teleport, so I did. Back home.
You know anything about
I
sleeping
don't know
pills?
anything about sleeping pills. Why would I want any? I want to stay awake for my extra hour, not sleep through it.
You've mentioned taking them before, haven't you? How's work?
Work is fine. If anything, I've been falling behind again. I think it's the stress of not being alone in the midnight hour anymore.
Elin says some of the other patients give her the creeds and managed to ask her about each one. What have you been doing?
I stole a painting. There, I've said it. It was from the local gallery, Providence. I really like it, but I can't afford it. So I took it.
You know they can track that shit, right?
It's just that one thing, just the painting I've stolen recently. I think my new pursuer is unraveling me. Is it okay to steal things, Doctor? If I really like them?
No!
I thought you'd say that. I will do my best to refrain from it, but I can't promise anything.
God, you piss me off. You ever seen Dekker drink alcohol?
I remember Dr. Dekker would take a sneaky dram from a bottle he keeps in his desk. He probably thought I was too busy rambling to notice. But I'm a very astute rambler.
Have you seen Jessica
I saw
again?
Jessica across the street this morning. She waved, but I just crumbled. Ever since I took those photos, I haven't been able to face her. Do you think I should tell her about the photos, Doctor?
I'm gonna say yes. But at the same time, that's a very weird conversation you're gonna have.
Yes, you're right. I should tell her what I've done. Or at least let her have the photos. I don't think she's going to be very pleased.
No, probably not.
I
She's gonna
should
be
honest.
pissed. Alright, Claire. How are you today?
There's no lake house today, sorry. David's not doing very well. He's caused a problem with the girl. I need to do something.
Yep. Boxes! Thank you for the alert. Hopefully your day is going well. Get this over here. Alright, what problems did he cause with the girl?
The little girl, our neighbor at the lake house, she says David is weird and creepy.
Doctor! Oh, sorry, but I found some of the referral letters we were talking about. There is a pattern, but it's not the same for everyone. He said to get them to you ASAP, so here you go.
Thanks. How's this now? Something strange about these solicitors' names. Hackett Brown, Chart Token, and Law. Cat Romebeck? Clues. Girl letter 1. Hackett and Brown. Dear Dr. Dekker, I refer a client to your clinic for evaluation, Claire Castleford. She is being charged with the murder of her husband, and we require your diagnosis as to whether she was of sound mind and had the mens rea required for the crime. I'm gonna assume that says that means... Okay, referral letter 2. Dear Dr. Dekker, we believe that our client, who has only given us her first name, Mariana, is mentally unstable and like your expert opinion on this matter. Happy to cover all your costs and look forward to receiving your report forthwith. For the attention of Dr. Dekker, I'm referring yet another client to you today for further psychiatric evaluation. It is my hope that you concur with my suspicions and are able to find him insane under the guidelines set out within the McNaughton rules. Go back to talking to her. What's he been doing?
David has been hunting and skinning again. But from the look of the torso, he caught a domestic cat. I'm being generous. It was definitely a cat. I spoke to David about it, but I have no idea if he can comprehend me or not. He just grunts at me. He doesn't even smile anymore. Not at all.
Where'd the cat come from? Do you recognize
Yes,
him?
sorry. I left out an important detail. The girl, Anushka.
This
She
is
was
all these
crying
fucking
because
names.
the cat had gone missing, and she thinks that David killed it. Doctor, I'm worried.
This is why you don't reanimate the fucking dead.
I'm worried that David's not going to stop at cats. He's killed deer, rabbits, wild birds, and now cats. I'm worried he might add little girls to his list. I can't stop him.
Hey, why can't you stop him?
I can't stop him. I can't control him in any way at all. Ever since I brought him back from the dead, he has done nothing but ignore me. I'm starting to think that
That?
I need to put David out of his misery. That I need to end his suffering.
Probably.
That I need to kill him again. What shall I do, Doctor? Should I kill David?
I mean, he's technically considered dead, so...
I love him so much. But you're right. It's time. He's becoming a danger to people around him, not just himself.
Okay. Have you ever taken the
I've
sleeping
never
pill?
used sleeping pills. I'm too afraid of what would happen to me in my sleep.
Fair. Is Dekker an alcoholic?
If Dr. Dekker was an alcoholic, he hid it well. I never saw him drink. He certainly never offered me a drink. God knows I could have used one.
Talk to Bryce or Iris?
I never talked to Bryce, but I did talk to Iris. I told her who saved her and that it was a patient here. She broke down on the phone. Most unbecoming. I wonder what kind of gift basket he'll get.
You remember the photo?
Oh yes, here. From a few weeks ago. As you can see, Doctor, he looks perfectly normal.
Anushka. David Castleford. Yeah. Yeah, he looks normal. I don't see anything off with the picture, at least. Okay, question. Who is this guy? Who are you?
Sorry, I'm Glenn. I didn't expect to be here. I was looking for the men's room.
How the fuck did you mistake this room? I'm not gonna question it.
Like I said, I was in the green room. You know, that new restaurant in town. I actually need to do something. Done. Sorry. I was in the middle of a date and needed the restroom, and here I am.
Did you teleport through the restroom?
Sorry, you're not familiar with my case. I stepped through the restroom door into your office. Sometimes when I go through a door, it opens to another place. No, I shouldn't imagine she did. I didn't even pass through the waiting room. Besides, it's lunchtime. She won't be there.
Interesting.
No, not really. But it's lunchtime, and you don't normally see patients now. Well, Dr. Dekker didn't normally see patients now.
Fair. What do you have to say about him?
Dr. Dekker was crazy. I arrived late to the party. Apparently, he was a fine, upstanding citizen before. I don't know what changed him. Of the few sessions I had with him, he'd observed me walking through doors.
Did he say anything?
I'd walk through a door and I'd disappear. Then I couldn't get back. The session was £150 either way, so I paid that for a couple of times and then decided it was a bad idea. As you can see, it's still happening.
I think I got enough out of him, because these two aren't really important, and are just there to further things. But she's kinda important. She was dating Dekker.
Scarlett, I haven't been in since he died. Since Dr. Dekker died.
What are you doing on Valentine's Day?
Was awful. I had a bit of an accident with a creme brulee torch and had to spend the night waiting in A&E. I melted a nail to my finger.
Ooh.
It hurt a lot and needed stitches.
Ooh, I
It's
hate
all
that.
fine now, though.
Do not like. Tell me about
He
Dekker.
was a complicated man, as I suppose most people are. His external persona didn't match what he dreamed about.
What did he dream about?
His dreams were amazing, filled with a spectrum of colours and creatures. It was like Narnia for grown-ups. That was in the beginning.
So you can see people's dreams.
I'm a dream walker. I can visit people and help them in their dreams. You've not caught up on all his old patients yet, then?
No, I haven't. What creatures?
Fluid, soft, intricate things. I couldn't draw a picture if you asked, but they drew you to them. They looked a little strange, but you felt compelled to watch them.
How'd they change at the end?
Chaotic, dark. Like an earthquake, everything you stood on shifted into something else. I think he was fighting with something internally, and it was winning.
What was he fighting?
I don't know. It's a turn of phrase. Inner demons? Insanity? I don't know. I can visit dreams, but I can't force the dreamer to interact with me.
That's all I need out of you, then. Alright. Mariana. How are you today?
I feel thirsty, Doctor. And hot. Do you have any water?
Sure, have some water. Why do you feel thirsty and
I've
hot?
been drinking a lot of water recently. I didn't go to the beach. I didn't go to the sea. I said I would, but I didn't. I've been feeling this way for a while. It's like it's getting worse because I didn't go to the sea. It's like I'm having...
How are you getting worse?
I don't feel well. I feel sick most of the time, dizzy, thirsty. I got a head fog like you wouldn't believe. My doctor, Dr. Rose, sent me for blood tests.
How'd that go?
Dr. Rose thinks maybe I have a vitamin deficiency. I can tell she has no idea. She smiles, but she hasn't got any answers. I think I probably need to go back to the beach. The sea, Doctor. It's calling me.
Interesting. Sea is calling you.
This sounds crazy, but I can hear the sea. It's like an alarm going off in my head. Do you know where the sea is? From here? It's over there. Wherever I am, I know exactly where the sea is. It's like a compass.
What's the alarm sound like?
I hear a sound like singing, calling me. It gets stronger when I face it, when I move towards it. That's how I know where the sea is. But when I don't go to the sea, I feel like the sound gets louder all the time. I'm having trouble sleeping. Perhaps I need sleeping tablets after all.
Do you take any?
What's temazepam? Why are you asking? I don't take sleeping pills. Never have done. When you suffer blackouts already, you don't really get offered anything like that.
Yeah, you talk about the beach a lot.
I have this recurring dream. I'm at the beach. I strip and walk into the sea. The sea feels warm and comforting. Not cold and harsh like you'd think. I swim down to the bottom of the ocean. I can breathe freely. I can breathe water. On the ocean floor ahead of me, there is a beautiful creature. A glowing being with wispy limbs. So warm. I'm transfixed. But my feet shift. I'm unsteady. Below me, the floor is woven in human flesh. Dead bodies, but some of them still struggling for life. These are the ones touching me, gripping my feet. I scream. That's when I wake up. Do you have that dream, Doctor?
No, I don't think I do have that dream. That's a very concerning dream.
It's horrific and beautiful at the same time.
We need you to seek help from somebody that's not me.
It's a dream, Doctor. Stranger things happen in dreams.
Okay, fair enough. Anyone else followed you?
Do you forget anything from our sessions, Doctor? People follow me to the beach. I don't know who they are, and I don't know what happens to them.
Boy, I wonder what happens
I
to
don't
them.
always get followed, though, so it doesn't explain my blackouts.
Chances are they're probably following down into the bottom of the ocean.
I said I don't know what happens to them. It's not always to the beach. Sometimes they follow me home.
This is a note that I wrote down. What happens to people who follow? We already know. We can infer.
My home is in Chantry. You know that. You rang my doorbell last night.
What? Excuse?
I don't know. I didn't kiss you, but you just followed me, like the others. I don't feel comfortable here, Doctor. I'd like to leave.
Dekker loaned you money?
He lent me some money to start my business. It was a proper agreement. I remember signing things. He thought that a distraction would do me good. I don't think he expected me to trawl the beach for treasure and sell it online.
Last question. Was he an alcoholic?
I've seen Dr. Dekker drink, but not that much. Certainly not during our sessions. He had other things on his mind, I'm sure.
Take a look at the contract. Alright, I don't feel I need to ask you anymore. Let's talk to Jaya. How are you?
I don't want to talk about grief today. I'm getting enough grief from work.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Why is work giving you grief?
I don't know if you know, but Professor Alderby used to be my professor. He teaches history and psychology, amongst other things. I know it's not technically work, but he asked if I would allow him to have the video footage of his sessions with Dr. Dekker. Dr. Dekker wanted to be removed from all of the videos, so it's jump cut up to jump cut, but I'm sure you've already noticed that.
What video footage?
I didn't think you'd mind, since it wasn't your case anyway. Mostly it's the professor talking about how he viewed reality back then, in so much as he thought it was changeable. There's nothing else to do but watch while things are encoding.
Okay. Do you take sleeping
I
pills?
don't take sleeping tablets, never have. I'm not allowed to prescribe either. Dr. Dekker had me try to forge his signature once, but I was woeful.
Toxicology
Some
report
people
mentions
would say
ethanol.
Dr. Dekker had a bit of a drinking problem. It got worse and then it got better when his confidence turned up. I think it was the stress of dealing with the new patients. I like the odd tipple.
Okay. It's an odd tipple.
I've been known to drink, not as much at the moment, not as much as Dr. Dekker did. He kept at least one bottle in his desk drawer at all times. You can't imagine the amount of times I wanted to sneak in and have some.
I mean, I don't blame him. Jay said Dr. Dekker kept the bottle in his desk drawer. Someone had spiked it.
I suppose it's possible that somebody spiked his drink. Most people probably knew he had a bottle in his desk. Wouldn't have been that hard to empty out some capsules into it. Maybe the police should get fingerprints?
Probably a good idea. Why didn't they do that? Anyways.
I'll go and suggest it. Make sure nobody touches the bottle in the meantime.
Like, that just seems like... I don't know. I'd be checking everything.
Psychokinetics, remember? Cult of the Kinetic Mind? Professor Alderby said it was recommended reading to help psychiatrists in their frontline battle with insanity, he likes to call it. Professor Alderby saw the relationship between psychiatrist and patient as a winnable battle. The patient must be cured by removing their psychokinetic ability, if present, either by telling them it doesn't exist or by using another psychokinetic ability to negate it. It's a long time ago, I can't remember all of it. There was a specific example.
Go on.
If someone tells you they can fly, you tell them you control air currents and that from now on they won't be allowed to use them. This would normally stimulate the brain in such a way that the patient stopped thinking they could fly. The main danger as the therapist is believing that you can control air currents. The danger of pretending you have psychokinetic abilities is that you may start believing you have them and then have them. It's the paradox of the cure. Dr. Dekker loved paradoxes. His favourite was the grandfather paradox.
Isn't that the one where you could become your own grandfather through time travel?
If you can travel back in time and kill your grandfather, then you cannot be born. But if you cannot be born, then you cannot kill your grandfather. It's a time traveler's chicken and egg, if you will.
Kind of similar, but whatever. I'm good without asking that stuff. Let's move on.
You said you'd help me with my problem, but he's still here.
Who's still
Dr.
here?
Dekker. He wants me to kill people.
What?
He wants them to follow me to the sea, to the creature. It eats them. It's getting stronger. Dr.
Kinda
Dekker says when it's strong
figured all
enough,
this out.
it's going to walk again. That's why I black out.
Fucking Cthulhu.
He doesn't want me to know. He doesn't want me to remember. I'm feeding a beast that wants to eat us all. You've got to tell me, Doctor. You have got to tell me the truth.
Okay.
You're dreaming, but your dreams are the truth. Don't forget me when you wake. I don't know how I'm in your dream, but now we're together. Let's play a game.
Okay, what game?
I say a word, you say a word. Ready? Guilty.
Innocent?
Murderer.
Victim? Oh. Player.
That's a good doctor. Now, just give me those 3 little words and I'll let you go.
I don't think you're technically doing it. You will eat. Oh.
Yes. Yes, you do. You rang my doorbell.
The truck driver
The little girl.
killed himself.
David is weird.
Like she's watching me.
I need to put David
Molly,
out of his misery.
is it okay to steal things?
Sleeping tablets.
Fingerprints?
Dead bodies.
I saw Jessica.
Should I kill David?
Hilda died last night.
Do you think I should tell her about
Psychokinetics?
the photos?
Dr. Dekker seemed to like a drink.
Bit of a drinking problem.
It's probably the same for Jaya.
One of his patients was trying to kill him,
He lent me some money.
leaving him messages.
Creature, human flesh.
I'd teleported.
Do you have that dream, Doctor?
Act 5, Insanity, please.
Oh, doctor. You look. There's something I need to tell you.
Okay.
I can't find Dr. Dekker's prescription pad anywhere. I'm not sure when it went missing, but I don't remember seeing it for a while. Yours is there, but I'm scared one of the patients may have got their hands on it. Let me know if you find it, anyway, and ask me about Mariana later. I've got news.
Okay. Kinda wanna ask you about her now, considering what happened. Dekker's prescription pad is missing. I should ask the patients about it, and the death threats Nathan said were on it. I'm gonna save you for last. Well, we'll save Jaya for last. We'll do you second to last. We'll do Nathan, Ellen, Bryce, Claire. How are you doing today?
I think you know who killed Dr. Dekker, so you're gonna have a good day. Can we talk a bit about hypnotism, though?
Okay.
I've heard you can plant key words in people when they're hypnotized. How would I know if I had any? I think that the hypnotism didn't take, but maybe Dr. Dekker did hypnotize me, and it did work, and he told me to think that it didn't. I think I found one of the key words.
It's an interesting way of looking at it. It's the key word.
I can't say what it is. I don't want to trigger it. I was on the phone to my dad last night, and he said something, and boom, I fell asleep. Normally I wish that kind of thing would happen, but it just happened. I phoned him back. I thought it was seconds, but it was an hour later. I asked him what he'd said. He'd watched some NASA program. He was reading off planets. It was one of them.
I don't want to start naming them off. Who murdered Dekker?
This might feel like the darkest timeline, but it's not my darkest timeline. I didn't kill Dr. Dekker. I'd look at one of your other patients.
I know you
Maybe even your
didn't.
assistant.
What do you know about the
His
prescription pad?
pad's missing. The one with all the death threats on it. Do you think the murderer took it to cover their tracks? I suppose it could be a coincidence, but I'm guessing whoever murdered Dr. Dekker stole his prescription pad.
How do you feel about Hannah?
I'm at peace with Hannah now. I can save her. And I'll keep trying, but I must move forward. I did kind of ask you not to talk about this anymore, but I suppose you're not taking notes.
How things been?
Things have been interesting. Thanks to Mariana.
Nathan, clearly I'm taking notes.
We went on a date. Well, sort of. She texted me this bar she was going to, and I just turned up. She can dance. I was transfixed most of the night. Next thing I know, I'm lying in my bed, at home. The room's spinning. The day moved forward. In fact, every night I go and watch Mariana dance, the day moves forward. Do you think Mariana likes me?
No.
So what you're trying to say is that Mariana is just using me and has no interest in me romantically whatsoever.
100%.
Thanks. That helps my self-esteem.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh, it actually wants me to list these off. Try Saturn. Nathan? Bud? What? Where'd you go? Tell Nathan he went into a trance. Clearly.
So he did plant me with something. I have absolutely no idea. Did you find out what the key word is? What is it? No. Don't say it. Write it down for me. And thank you. You know, there's something I've not been telling you.
What haven't you been telling me?
It's about time travel. I read a book about time travel. I thought what was happening to me was a type of time travel. I couldn't control it, but at the end of each day, I would travel back in time to the beginning and live it over again. I'm like Doctor Who, but I don't have a TARDIS, and I can't choose what time I go to. Except once.
Wouldn't it be weird if one of these people was actually Dekker, but like a past version of him?
The doctor said she was legally still alive. The only thing they could do was starve her. Hannah didn't die in the accident the first time around. It was worse than death. She wouldn't have wanted that. I was looking at a photo from around the time of the accident. I had a lot of alcohol, which I think was probably necessary. I jumped back to the junction. I started pulling out, but the lorry was already on us. I drove into the lorry to make sure. I didn't wake up in hospital. Because I woke up the next day, present day. Things had changed. Her obituary changed in the press clippings I kept. It said she was killed instantly. Nothing else changed. Her family seemed to hate me more, which is ironic because the first time around, they pulled her off life support. So I saved them the indignity. Now they just think it was my careless driving that caused her death.
Interesting. EU. How are you?
I'm good. I feel better. Last session, that was all negative. I don't want to be like that. I made you something. A little thank you for being so nice. They're cookies.
Oh, cookies sound amazing. Why are you feeling negative?
I'm a happy person. And really, what's the point of being miserable? It doesn't matter what's going on at work or anything. Happy is the only goal. Max told me that. I think some footballer might have said it.
Who's Max?
I told you about Max, right? Didn't I mention him before?
No.
Yes, but you don't know the whole story. Max is 77. He was one of my patients. I thought he was dying, so I shifted for him. Became an old
Excuse?
part of his, apparently. Only Max didn't die. He actually got better somehow. And then he came and asked me to do it again. Eleanor, her name was, or is. Like I say, he doesn't even know where she is now. But she obviously still loves him. When I shifted, I felt all fluttery and excited. It's so sweet, isn't it? Yes, Max and Eleanor had dinner on Valentine's Day.
That's
It was a bit weird when he asked me.
bit of it.
But he
Wait.
said he just wanted to have one more date with her, and then he wouldn't ask me again. And to be fair,
Didn't Mariana
he
say
was a
she saw
perfect
her, though?
gentleman. I mean, I didn't want to have that conversation. What about the prescription pad?
It's missing.
Yes, I took it. I had to.
What? You know about the death
Someone
threats,
was
huh?
sending Dr. Dekker death threats. Had no idea. He never said anything to me about it.
Then why did you have to take it?
Dr. Dekker told me he could use it to take away my gift.
Did you kill him?
I could never hurt anyone. You have to believe me, Doctor.
What's in the
The usual
cookies?
stuff. Flour, sugar, butter, chocolate chips, and my special ingredient. A little herbalist magic to give you some pep.
I'm not touching these
You look like
cookies.
you need it. I suppose he was just trying to cure me. I mean, I thought he believed that I could shift, but maybe he didn't. Maybe he was just humouring me the whole time.
Alright, let's try it clear. Did you kill your husband?
I'm fine. I killed David. Again. Like you told me to.
Ah, good for you. Proud of you. Should have left him dead. Same way?
With an axe. I got him to put his head on the wood block. He didn't really know what he was doing. He trusted me. I cut off his head.
Damn.
When I picked it up, it was smiling. Probably a muscle spasm.
Well, that's, depressing. What else can you tell me about
Oh,
Dekker?
the continuing saga of Dr. Dekker. After he'd seen David and done his due diligence, he came up with an offer I couldn't refuse. Remember? The one I told you about when we first met.
Right. So what was it?
Dr. Dekker wanted me to reanimate him. He said he would kill David unless I agreed. He called me on Valentine's night. He promised to use a disposable phone so there would be no trace. I was supposed to come here, where I would find him dead, and then reanimate him. I agreed immediately. It seems that Dr. Dekker went through with his half of the agreement. But I forgot to turn up.
Yeah, obviously.
I never saw Dr. Dekker's prescription pad. I imagine he kept it hidden away. To stop people stealing it?
Did you write death
I've
threats?
already told you, I never saw his prescription pad, so of course I didn't write any death threats. It sounds like someone is trying to frame me. Who's trying to frame me, Doctor?
Good question, couldn't tell you.
Anushka's fine, I would imagine. Her father came over to talk about the missing cat. It would have been an easier conversation had I not been splattered in blood and sweating like a milkmaid.
Oh god, the poor kid.
It seemed like he wanted to give me a piece of his mind, but when he saw the state I was in, he fled. There were no police that turned up. I suspect I've got away with it, at least this second time. Now all that's left is for you to write up my diagnosis.
What diagnosis?
That I'm not sound of mind. That I wasn't sound of mind when I killed David. It's up to you whether you want to mention any of our other conversations. I'm happy either way.
Okay. Let's try Bryce. How are you?
I'm not feeling very well. I tried to sleep through the midnight hour, and I slept for 8 hours. When I woke up, it was looking at me. That thing was looking at me. Time was still frozen. But I can't escape it. I'm doomed.
You're in a crisis. Why do you think you're doomed?
It knows what I did with Dr. Dekker. It's been taunting me. It wanted me to follow it, so I did. It brought me here, Doctor. Here. It thinks I killed Dr. Dekker. I'm sure of it. I took his body. It was me. I took it from the coffin because I didn't want him put in the ground. I don't know what I was going to do with him. I just didn't think burial would be enough. Maybe I would cremate him. But the body disappeared.
Interesting. How'd the body disappear?
Only he'd been cremated like you will be. I have a private tool shed at the graveyard.
I don't like how you said,
moved
like
his
you
body
will
in there
be.
before the burial.
Oh, right,
when I
because I
came
said I
back,
wanted to be cremated.
Gone. It was locked and he'd gone. How did that happen, Doctor? How did Dekker do that?
I thought he was being creepy for a moment there. No. Normal.
It's not out of the question to think that Dr. Dekker teleported himself out of the tool shed. If I can do it, he probably can. That's the kind of thing I've been thinking. But the thing that's been following me, it can teleport too. I think the thing might be Dekker. Is the thing Dekker?
Couldn't tell you. I'm gonna say no.
And so it is. You worried me then, Doctor. I thought you were starting to believe in the unbelievable too.
How'd things go with Jessica?
Jessica has had a restraining order taken out against me and her daughter.
Good.
I showed her the photos and then the rest is a blur. She was screaming, hitting me, pushing me away. In
Kinda deserve
hindsight,
it.
showing her the photos might not have been the best thing to do.
I know it was the right thing to do. You deserved all bits of that.
I teleported back into the art gallery after our session, in the midnight hour. I replaced the painting, so I haven't stolen anything for a long time now. Perhaps a cheeky borrow best describes it.
It's been happening in midnight hour.
I tried to avoid my extra hour. I tried to sleep through it. I did try one thing. I spied on you, Doctor.
Oh?
You have a strangeness, don't you? You live in the same house as Dr. Dekker. I spied on him several times, so I know the house very well.
Maybe
You
we're
kept it
Dr.
almost entirely
Dekker.
the same. Why did you live in the same house as Dr. Dekker? Is it a perk? Or you, Dr. Dekker?
That'd be a fucking twist.
I thought it might be a perk. I'm sorry I spied on you. I was just getting worried that you weren't who you said you were. Just some mannerisms, strangeness. It's good you've adopted his dog, though. I'm not sure many people would have done.
Let's go about the
I didn't
pad.
steal Dekker's pad. I didn't have to. If I wanted to use it, I could just teleport in here and steal a sheet. Why take the whole pad? Why be that obvious?
Okay. Now for the two that worry me the most. How are you today?
I'm fine, Doctor. I went to the beach, swam under the sea, and returned to tell the tale. No blackouts. Nothing.
Do you write the death threats?
I prefer actions over words, Doctor. You know that.
You know about the pad?
Why would someone steal Dr. Dekker's prescription pad? I didn't even know he had one. Wow. That's a low blow, Doctor. And after all our sessions, I'm not a thief. Even the loan, that was just unfortunate.
After what you did last night, I don't trust your ass. Let's talk about it.
Dr. Dekker asked for his loan back after diagnosing me as sane. In his opinion, my blackouts and everything else were fictional. He had no proof, of course, either way, or I'd be cured, but he asked for his money back, and I didn't have it. Why would I do that? Dr. Dekker transferred our loan agreement to Claire at Castleford. She bought him out. I owe her the money now.
Interesting.
People follow me into the sea. I don't force them, they just follow to see the creature. I'm not sure what you'd call it. A wisp? A star? It's so bright and warm and loving. I don't know why it leaves me. It only wants the others.
Because you're dragging people down there for it.
It feeds on them.
How's it feed?
When I look down, I black out. But if I can just keep looking forward, no blackouts. I can just swim back to the top when it's finished.
Okay. Let's hear about the loan
I
transfer.
don't know why she did it, but Dr. Dekker got repaid, and now my agreement is with Claire. You should ask her.
Okay. What's wrong with looking down?
You really want to know? If I look down, it's writhing. Just limbs of people from the clubs and the bars. Not just from this week, but last week, last month, last year. They all look terrified, but somehow still alive. The creature. It's all inside them, poking holes through them that they shouldn't have. It just eats them. Slowly.
Creature eats
The
them?
missing people. That's where they go. I don't know I'm doing it. I swear I don't, Doctor. The creature. I hear it. It's hungry. Nobody can know. It's our secret.
What missing people?
I can't explain what happened with John. He followed me back from the bar that night and swam with me under the ocean. I blacked out. He'd gone.
Who's
You must
John?
have read about John in the news. He was a local student who went missing. He was a looker. And he had a way with words, but he was also a cheat. The creature liked eating him a lot. But I can't explain what happened next.
Okay.
I left him to be eaten. And the next morning, he turns up in my bed
What?
at my house. He's not wet at all. No signs he's been in the sea, but he has holes in him. Lots of holes. His inside is on the outside. Just a ball of tangled worms. And now they're blaming me, but you knew that, Doctor, didn't you? That's why I'm here.
Are you really
They
here?
think I killed John. John and some others. They need to know whether I'm insane or not.
Did you kill him?
No. The creature killed John. My lawyer. He says I'm insane, but that he needs you to rubber stamp it. Do you think I'm insane, Doctor?
I'm gonna say no.
I told you how grateful I'd be. But you need to fix my problem first. If they try me as sane, I'll be in prison for a long time. And then, how would you get your reward, Doctor?
How are your dreams?
I don't dream, Doctor. I haven't dreamed for years now. Yeah. I did say that was a dream, didn't I? Is it easier to swallow, knowing it's the truth? The truth is, I'm not like you, Doctor. Or anyone else. I can swim to the bottom of the ocean for hours. And people follow me. Even if it's the last thing they do. It's our secret. What will you tell people, that I'm feeding people to a creature at the bottom of the ocean? What proof do you have? You can't tell on me. You know what you do to me. When you visit. I let you do it because sometimes I'm ashamed of what I've done. You make me feel like I deserve it.
Whoa. That's,
You get inside me, Doctor. And it hurts. And you don't care.
That's a way of phrasing things. I'm gonna move on. Hey, Jaya, how are you today?
I'm worried about you, Doctor. You seem quiet and, well, it's just your fingerprints on the bottle. Maybe you touched it by accident? You didn't know him, did you? Then why are your fingerprints on his vodka bottle? No, don't answer that. Oh, the infectious madness of Dr. Dekker, who hasn't it touched? I'm so worried.
Yeah, you should set the title. That one missing.
Dr. Dekker's prescription pad is still missing. I'll let you know if it turns up.
Well, we know who has it.
I didn't know anything about that. If I have any grievances with my employer, I spit in their coffee. I hope that's how you like it.
Wow, fucking rude.
Don't become like Dr. Dekker. I think that somebody killed him because he was using them. There's some footage I can't show you because it would affect you too much. Suffice to say, when Mariana told him she could breathe underwater, he wanted the same power for himself.
You know, I bet that's why we can't see
instead
him
of trying to cure her of it, he'd try
in the
and
videos.
amplify it to see how it worked, so he could imagine it for himself. I think he did that with all his special patients. I think he wanted all of their powers. If you believe in that sort of thing. Any patient who presented with psychokinetic issues, they
I think
were
I've got
his
this figured
special
out.
patients. Towards the end, he began ignoring all the other cases. Most of the patients saw it as a curse, what they were experiencing, what they were unwittingly doing. Dr. Dekker saw it as an ability, a power to be harnessed and used for, well, God knows what he was going to use it all for. So we made them give in to it, and it consumed them, consumed all of them. Whether you believe Any of that or not is your choice, but they did, which made them angry. And that's why I think he was murdered by a patient.
I don't think that.
I've been reviewing your files. I know, I'm sorry, a bit naughty, but have you considered that Mariana may have murdered Dr. Dekker because of the money she owed him? But she had most to gain. She got all the money if he died, and it makes most sense, doesn't it?
See, that's the easy answer.
I think I'm okay with the grief now. My mother died suddenly, and I think I was projecting Dr. Dekker's death to be about her. I know they're not related. My mother died suddenly, like Dr. Dekker. For her, though, it was different. She burst into flames. I was 7. They said she must have been smoking and drinking on the sofa, but she doesn't smoke or drink. Professor Alderby said it was spontaneous combustion. You just seem a little different from the person who turned up all those weeks ago. You don't talk to me as much as you did. You flitter between patients in a daydream. Tell me what things are bothering you.
What's this? Sounds like Jaya might think I'm going insane. Fair.
Who measures sanity or insanity? One man's philosopher is another man's fool. I'm keeping an eye on you. I won't let you go crazy.
Cues. It has to be one of them? Fine, I'll say Jaya did it.
Doctor, we've had a bad day, haven't we? If you think I'm guilty, then one of your patients must have you just where they want you. I'll forget this indiscretion and go and put the kettle on. And perhaps you can have a lie down or something.
Hey, Mariana.
I didn't kill Dr. Dekker. I can see why you may have thought that because of the money I owed him. But I wouldn't murder somebody to make a debt disappear. That's not something normal people do, is it? Besides, I was growing on him. I think if we'd have had more time together, he would have seen I am a sound investment. What do you think, Doctor?
It's gonna have me have to pick the right person. Let's say Claire then. I don't think it's
I
Claire.
didn't kill Dr. Dekker. If anything, I'm guilty of not bringing him back to life. And that's manslaughter at best. Good luck proving my talent, Doctor.
Alright. I don't think it's Nathan.
I'm not sorry he's dead, but I didn't kill him. I can't believe you're accusing me. The thought of being in an office alone with him late at night
To be fair, I don't think
creeps
it's
me
any
out.
of them.
I'm hardly going to suggest it, am I?
I think we
You're gonna
did
have to
it.
look elsewhere, Doctor.
Bryce.
Dr. Dekker deserved to die.
That was Bryce.
I'm not saying I did such a thing.
Or not.
Not something that I would confess to now whilst being recorded. But I'm happy to reaffirm that his death was necessary. Well, more than death, really. If I only knew where his body had gone. Now I can't be sure. I can't be sure that he's absolutely dead. The girl, chained in his basement. She'd most definitely have killed him given half the chance. I suppose if I teleported into his office one night to write myself a prescription and had run into Dr. Dekker himself, that I might have killed him then and there with the nearest available weapon. and in doing so, would be accoladed as the hero, not the villain that you're making me out to be. But we shall see, Doctor. We shall see. Good luck catching a man who can teleport when he wants to, though. Or maybe you don't think that I can.
It actually was Bryce? What? Kind of a lame ending. Kind of hopeful.
She told me that she's killing people, and now I'm stuck in the same day. Can you imagine? Every day she greets me like we're so in love. I know what she's done. I know what she's going to say to me later in the evening. It's over. I can't be with her. But part of me likes it repeating. It's normal.
I'm not really sure what you'd call it. Mutually assured delusions? I think Dr. Dekker was projecting his weird fantasies on me, and it was just going to be easier to go along with it, to participate. I feel much better now I know I didn't hurt anyone. I didn't hurt anyone. Did I?
Terry's been promoted to night sister. She hadn't been in, and I thought she was off sick, but apparently she was on a course. So she's my new boss now.
Oof, that sucks.
I've already started looking for other jobs. It's no secret Terry hates me. But, you know, got to be positive about it. I could have a completely fresh start. There's a job on the children's ward I'm going to go for.
There's no need to go over old ground. I understand. David died when I stabbed him, and everything else since, everything else that's happened, that was all me. David, Anushka's father, Iris. What's next for me, Doctor? How do we cure what I have? By all accounts, and thanks to a very unfriendly jury, it seems like we're going to have quite a lot of time to figure that out.
Ah, you must be the new doctor. And punctual, I see. I like that in a doctor. I think you're going to fit in just great around here. Oh, I forgot. I have a book for you. It's my must-read of all time, and by must-read, I mean you must read it.
What is this? Okay.
Stop worrying, Mr. Ashby. Yes, it sounds almost certain that you murdered your business partner, but I can get you a temporary insanity plea. I'm a lawyer, not an agony aunt. Now, as I was saying to you before, you need to choose your particular strangeness before I can refer you. Once you have chosen it, don't waver. They have to believe what you're saying is true for it to work.
This game is alright. I think it could have been better, though. I didn't care for the ending. I do know this developer is planning a new one that comes out next year, and I'm hoping that that one will be a little bit more well done. $87 out of $149. Insanity points. I don't know how you'd, or where you would see that, but okay, cool. Well, with that, I'm going to end stream there. So let me see who I want to send people to and what people are currently playing. Alright, I know who we'll send people to. So let me hop over to the ending screen and we'll raid out to Foxes. Go give him all the love and support because he's amazing. Currently playing Pokemon Unite and going to be swapping to Dead by Daylight later. So, next stream for me will be Monday where we'll be checking out something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But I will see you all then.